survived. Everyone okay? Yay! That was a weak crawl. Everyone ready for day 2? That's awesome. There's actually a few empty chairs here, so we did something right. They're on their way, I hope. Everyone here, you're the elite. My old boss used to say, king on the night, king on the day is not really translating well, but that's a good saying. So if you're managing to party all night, you should be managing to get up and look at the presentation. So, let's see. Do the thing with things. That's really weird, because we actually tested this before.
Like a minute ago.
Worked on my machine.
Yeah. Oh, this is, wow, it's loud. This is an inside joke, and I'm happy to explain it, but yeah.
Yeah. So this is Dan, by the way.
Hi.
Give him some love.
I can't believe they let me back in for a 4th time in a row. Can you believe it? Maybe. All right, let's see if it's going to behave now. Does it do the thing? Yeah. So I get these sweet animated backgrounds.
Nice. Okay, help me in one more round of applause for Dan, who's our first speaker today. Dan, we're really pleased to have you.
Thank you so much. Yay. And first, let me thank everybody who managed to drag themselves out of bed after the party to come here to be here at 9 a.m. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. So I'm Dan. On the internet, I'm Vis, because there's a million Dans. And today, I'm going to teach you how old people like me did stuff before the cloud. Come on, why is this thing doing that thing? That's weird. Why? Of course, fantastic. I don't know why it's doing these things, but cool. Anyway, so briefly, I am one of 2 founders of a tiny company called Phobos Group. For a long time, we did like boutique red team stuff, like sneaking in, breaking in, hiding from the blue team, making Hollywood-style effects happen inside of a company for the sake of the people that don't care about security and they need the theatrics to understand stuff. And so lately we've gone to more of a sort of engineering kind of role where people ask us to solve weird security engineering problems, everything from architecture to like I've started calling it adversarial defenses, where like you want to make the attacker's life miserable, and we're definitely going to be getting into that. Man, these animated backgrounds just, oh well. It's moving. Okay, good. The presentation has stage fright. But anyway, I don't want to spend a whole lot of time talking about myself other than we do cool things. We're not your normal pen test shop. We do blue team stuff too, and we're available if you want Americans touching things, which I know could be a touchy subject. So our agenda today for the morning, if I can stumble through it correctly, I'm going to be talking quite a lot of smack about the cloud. And so if you have delicate sensibilities and you don't like profanity and you really, really love the cloud, this is your content warning. So we're going to do a big one first. I'm going to teach you how to basically hide on-prem Exchange from the internet, because Windows should not be on the internet, like at all, in any way, shape, or form. I'm going to teach you about how to do centralized logging, how to mess with shells to make them not actually shells, and to do like remote typing indicators for servers, so you can tell who's connected and what they're typing, or if they're typing. And then basically hiding everything from public view and becoming a nuisance for scanners and attackers. And so, how the cloud has ruined us all. So back in something like 2006, Amazon decided, well, we're going to make a bunch of Zen VMs and sell them on the internet. And people said, wow, that's actually a pretty neat idea. And then they bought into it pretty heavily. And they realized that if they started deploying stuff to these Zen VMs, that they didn't have to deal with the hardware issues or the power consumption or the some update stuff, because Linux is Linux, but the hypervisor end of the maintenance component. They didn't have to have their own servers. They didn't have to deal with switching fabric. They didn't have to deal with OSPF or BGP or any of those pesky things that make everything run. And so they just outsourced it to Amazon. And then fast forward 10 years, and now It's essentially internet heroin. Everyone is addicted. Nobody can let go. It is killing everything and everyone. And we're completely dependent, and normal sysadmin skills and security skills are starting to atrophy and degrade because people don't have this equipment to deal with anymore. When was the last time you had to touch BGP? When was the last time you had to do port mirroring? Who even connects to Cisco switches anymore? Like, it's all in the cloud. Who cares, right? And so now we have these years of complacency, and that has bred this like lack of accountability because people have decided that, oh, the cloud will do all of my security and all of my IT for me. And today, if we fast forward to now, as we're all groggily in here at 9 in the morning, we invent more coping mechanisms than solutions. So using contractual language to deflect accountability and risk is not the same as having a functional security apparatus. You can't just contract away getting hacked. Great, you deflected some lawsuits, but the ones that are coming for you now that you've been hacked are here, and there's nothing you can do about that. And now, also, attackers are going for VPN appliances directly because they're now the soft targets. And in many cases, those VPN appliances are just really, really poorly unmaintained Linux boxes with like a pretty shell on the front. And like this year alone, it's been like what, Ivanti, F5, Fortinet, SonicWall, and as of just Monday, there's articles now saying they're targeting Checkpoint. And so it's ridiculous at this point. It's just going nuts. And so the sentiment that I hold regarding companies doing the absolute bare minimum in every possible circumstance is that in the cloud, you end up with this sort of thing. Huge breaches concerning tens of thousands of users, cameras letting private video feeds leak, 3D printers breaking because they need the cloud, government contractors letting attackers in and leaking all over the place, massive outages, and other colorful fireworks. Instead of neglecting you on a onesie-twosie individual basis, with the cloud, you can get neglected en masse. And this is something I have been doing on Mastodon, which apparently has gotten very colorful and interesting. I have more, but I couldn't fit them on one slide. Every time I see a news article where some nonsense happened in the cloud and it caused some sort of catastrophe, I say, go to the cloud, they said. It'll be fine, they said. And some of these things, like this one here, this Google Cloud one is a $125 billion pension fund whose Google Cloud account got deleted by mistake. Oopsie, I deleted $125 billion. How? Like, it hurts the brain. And the rest is like just as colorful. And so, yeah, all the mistakes except cloud scale, right? And so, in the past, there used to be a perimeter. Most people who deploy into the cloud use the cloud as an excuse to avoid having to do network design and architecture, which is a mistake, because a lot of that was expressly designed to act as a layer of security. And so you're like foregoing that layer of security by letting somebody else worry about it who doesn't care about your security. So in many cases, going to the cloud removes that layer of security, and many people believe that going to the cloud, that they're safer somehow, and this couldn't be further from the truth. Putting machines directly on the internet is never safer than shielding them from the internet. And remember, host-based firewalls, especially Windows, like I'm looking at you, Microsoft, host-based firewalls are operated by the kernel. And so if you think that you're being safe and you're putting the kernel directly on the internet, like that's not going to go well, right? It's not so great for Windows boxes, definitely not so great for unpatched security appliances. So firewalls were designed for a reason, and not using them or networking architecture to protect systems is overtly putting those systems and all your users directly in harm's way. And so, let's begin with explaining how to use security architecture to protect the internet's favorite petri dish, Exchange, from the internet. This is Microsoft's diagram of how Exchange works with its front end and back end, and all the ports they're in. It seems pretty straightforward. Most people these days are not directly using POP3 or IMAP4. Most people don't even know what those are anymore because it's just a web browser and you aim it at a website and mail happens. And that's generally as far as the thinking goes. And so when you look at it from like an elder god Linux person like Graybeard, I was around before, Wi-Fi was, like, it's all just HTTPS. It's literally just port 443 that gets you into Exchange, and that's whether you're using the FAT client or using OA, which makes life really easy because everything happening on port 443 means it's simple enough that we can grapple with it in very interesting and colorful ways. And so we can also wrap all of this stuff in something that's also ancient that many people either haven't heard of or never used, called MTLS, or mutual TLS. So this is Microsoft's guidance on how to handle networking and firewalls with respect to what ports you need to deal with between the working components of Exchange sort of behind the scenes. They say, if you have firewalls or network devices that could potentially restrict or alter this kind of internal network traffic, you need to configure the rules to allow free and unrestricted communication between these servers. Any. Fantastic. Good job. Thanks, Microsoft. Really? Unrestricted? Glorious. So this creates our favorite scenario, soft on the inside and hard on the outside. And so if you breach a perimeter that has this sort of setup, then this is sort of the attacker's wet dream, in that everything is squishy, everything is compromisable, because the security layer is just this like little thin outside shell. And once you step past that line of paint on the ground, you can do all sorts of colorful and interesting things. Except now that there's the cloud and these servers are directly connected to the internet, instead of having hard on the outside and soft on the inside, we get soft on the everywhere, trivially exploitable. So people started searching for MTLS, according to Google, back in around January of 2008. It was invented in 1999. And if you've never heard of MTLS, well, actually raise your hand. Show who has heard of MTLS or used it in the past. Wow, okay, so there's going to be some slides here that are boring because I spent some time explaining something that you already all know about. Great, so MTLS. It was formerly called two-way SSL, and the idea is it's client-side certificates. So this concept has been around for something like 15 years, and maybe in America they don't know about it so much, but here it sounds like they do. Do you have to do PKI? Yes. Is it a little extra work? Also yes. But the cool part is that if you the trade-off is that you don't have to have very expensive hardware appliances protecting your sensitive equipment if the attackers can't even talk TCP to the endpoint because they don't have the certificate. Also, there's no licensing or fees or support contracts or anything like that. But like any other good open source technology, it was invented in 1999, and it took about 15 years for people to notice that it existed and start using it in some kind of interesting way. And so, in many cases, budget is a concern, and not many people are insane enough to roll their own firewall. A show of hands, people that ran their own IP table scripts back in the day, and your firewall was a bash script that ran all your IP table stuff. Like, that doesn't exist anymore. It's basically unheard of. There used to be these ninjas that had these, Smooth Wall, I think, started out as like a Perl script. But despite the fact that they're ancient and almost old enough to buy alcohol, they still work perfectly. And a lot of equipment is actually just IP tables under the hood, and you're just interacting with a GUI that maintains IP tables behind the scenes. And so, fortunately for all of us, Linux has many ways for us to protect assets and not spend $500,000 on expensive firewalling equipment. And this is all done before, I might add, but the cloud has just been essentially a distraction for a decade and a half. So yeah, MTLS was invented in 1999. Right, so you know about 802.1x. I have all these notes that are going to fall on eye rolling, and we already know all of this stuff, folks. So you already know about MTLS, so I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time describing it. Essentially, the TLDR is we're going to be using certificates to protect an endpoint, and so your users can talk to the things that you want them to talk to because they have the cert, but bad guys who don't have the cert can't even establish a TCP connection. And so the cool part about this architecture design I'm going to present is that you can log them separately. So essentially, we're using HA proxy and Nginx stacked on top of one another to handle the plumbing. So regular SMTP connections so that your mail server can talk to other mail servers can get handled through HA proxy. And so you're not exposing a Microsoft product to the internet, which means you're considerably safer. And so all those connections are terminated at a Linux box. And the thing that they proxy those connections to doesn't even have to be in the same network, doesn't have to be in the same data center, it can be somewhere else in the world. There's some interesting plumbing I'll be talking about later that we can get into that describes where you can move these things about, but essentially it becomes transparent. HA proxy and Nginx both support terminating MTLS. If you'd like, you can choose either however you want to do it. The only real maintenance that you have to do once you set this sort of thing up is rotate the certs every once in a while. And if you make the certs 5 years or 10 years, expiration time, then you only have to do that maintenance once every 5 years or 10 years. So it's pretty low barrier if that's the way that you go. And let's see, right, and so this is what I just explained. Yeah, all we have to do this all because Windows can't be trusted to touch the internet directly. And now, MTLS lives on your endpoints that listen, and it lives on your clients. And if you're using something like GPO or JAMP for any kind of fleet management tool, it's as easy as just pushing that cert out to all of your fleet, and it becomes transparent to your users. You push the other cert to the Linux box and call it a day. And so yeah, what do we got? PKI search, the trick is MTLS. You guys all know this already. So only machines who have the cert can talk to the proxy, and attackers lose 100% of their enum, scan, and brute capabilities. And so like if you have an environment that's set up in this way, port scans don't work, you know, Census, Shodan, Binary Edge, all those scanners, they won't be able to find anything. Like nothing can talk to that endpoint unless it has the cert. And that's really handy because suddenly now you have a scenario where, now I'm into the demos. You have a scenario where you have limited the number of attackers who can go after you from everybody on the internet to only the people that have the cert, which means there's a lot less parsing logs, a lot less dealing with noise, a lot less incident response, and a lot less liability, which is pretty great. And so now we're going to get into the live demos, and I'm going to turn on mirroring so that I can see what I'm doing. Cool. And now I have shells, right? So first, networking sleight of hand. This is a trick that I learned about 10 years ago. I've been using this historically to hide from the blue team, but it turns out that the same techniques and tools you use to do red team activities and hide from the blue team, you can pass on to the blue team, and the blue team can use these techniques to hide from real attackers. And so I have, let's see. Yeah, this is fun. So if you nmap, oh, I should say that there's an inside joke with this. So I did a poll on Mastodon because being an ex-red teamer, or not even ex-red teamer, but it's just gone quiet, I have a mountain of these hilarious and silly domain names that I use for when I want the blue team, when I explicitly want the blue team to catch me, and I want them to find me in the logs, I have ridiculous domain names that we set up so that the malware phones home using these ridiculous domain names, so it's very easy to spot. And one of those was Fuckface Academy. And if you go to it, it's literally just a picture, right? But there's a web server. This is HTTPS. It's got a cert. It's a real thing. Like, yeah, there's more information. Let's encrypt. Yeah, so like, yeah, it's a HTTPS website. But if you scan it, you'll see that SSH is closed and AD is closed. Only HTTPS is open. It's the only single port on the box that's listening. But I can SSH to it. Like, here's my shell. How did I get a shell on a box where SSH isn't listening? Well, actually I should get in as root. But it's big enough to read, I hope. Right. So if we look at the config, you can tell HA proxy to look at packets and look at the hex of the packet header. And if the packet header denotes that it is a specific type of protocol, in this case, this is the hex for SSH, it uses the backend client attempts SSH. And client's attempt SSH says use backend SSH, and backend SSH literally just puts it on localhost port 22. And so the SSH daemon on this server is only listening on localhost. The only way into this server is through HA proxy. And so you either have to have this, which means you have to have a key, or you have to, you know, I sadly didn't have enough time to set up a demo with full-blown exchange, but I could have done MTLS the same way. And so there's, you can have HA proxy terminate your MTLS sessions and do that. The hotel Wi-Fi is a little sketchy though, so sadly it's going to do this to me a lot. But yeah, here's me getting a shell because I am piping SSH inside of SSL and pushing that through HA proxy and landing on this machine. And this is not something that you can scan for unless you are intentionally trying to do like, what was the command is, proxy command, OpenSSL S client. You have to do this to every endpoint running on port 443, which is exhaustive and tiresome from the enumeration side of things. And so like the internet sees a host with one port open, but this one port controls more than one protocol. And so this is a really cool trick. I've been using this for a very long time to hide from the blue teams. And it is quite handy. Let's see. Then let's see. So yeah, essentially this is how it works. We're examining per packet bytes of packet headers, and we're distinctively routing protocols on the same port to different places. And the cool part is HA proxy will allow you to log these differently. And so you can say, if the client does try SSH, send it to this log file. If the client does SSL, send it to this other log file. And so it's a lot less work to sort of sift through the noise to separate what you're looking for if you're doing, analysis or remediation or anything like that, because you can actually separate the logs into different files. It makes life a lot easier. And this is essentially what's happening under the hood. The diagram is quite simple. We're just using HA proxy to separate things along the way. And so SSH presence detection, this gets pretty interesting. There's a really neat tool that why is it doing that? Discovered recently called iNotify_Wait. Has anybody else discovered iNotify_Wait or used it before? This is, okay. So we run we just finished on Friday, oh my God, a attack surface management platform that has a whole bunch of moving parts under the hood, including a queuing system. And part of what we do there is we're using temp files in several places. And as a troubleshooting metric, iNotify_Wait helped us discover that files were being created and deleted before they were parsed. And there is a trick that you can do with iNotify_Wait, where if you aim it at the right places, there it goes. Where did I put it? I'm very much a fan of the College of Up. So in this case, I'm using iNotify_Wait to read the vis home directory and take the output and put it into a loop, which basically says, if files change inside that directory, show me what files they are and give me a timestamp. And so if I then attempt to SSH in as me, you can see stuff happening. And this could be developed out. I ran out of time, but this could be developed out to where, like, if I'm typing, if I do like ls, you can see it's adding lines. And so you can actually have it read the bash history file. And I created an indicator for that, which I can show you. This is another fun trick of this architecture that I've put together, where you can run, for example, a Flask application. Where am I? There we are. Right. So a Flask application running on localhost port 5000. I can then go /doot, and now we have another thing. And so this is a Flask application running on the same server, and now I have SSH, Nginx, a Flash application, all running on the same server, and I'm able to plumb different connections to different places based on, in this case, I have a redirect for the URI. And so if we go look at the config again, this one would be Nginx, I believe. Yeah. And so here you can see like the Nginx config. Here's my /doot location. So it's proxies on top of proxies. And so it's just all sorts of wacky plumbing, and we can send things wherever. And again, this doesn't even have to be in the same environment. It can be on different servers and different data centers, anywhere you want. And so I've been using this trick to hide multiple command and control platforms. So you can have like Metasploit and Sliver and Merlin and Empire and Poopy and pick your favorite, and you can have, if they're all phoning home on HTTPS, you can have them routed differently based on the URI. And it's the same thing if on the blue team side of things. If you have like /OA, you can have your password reset portal. You can have whatever you want as a web front end for your users hidden behind this kind of plumbing. And it allows you to say, well, take all of the stuff that is for use for my staff and my employees and hide it behind MTLS so that attackers can't even enumerate it, can't even scan it. Because one of the things that we find quite often is things like self-service password reset portals that are publicly accessible, and the company has had their employees in leak data, and passwords and credentials have been exposed. And so you could, in theory, pick up the passwords and credentials from the leak data and just rub them on the password reset portal until you get somebody's account. And then suddenly you're doing attack takeover or account takeovers. And so that gets pretty colorful pretty fast, and this is a pretty clever way to prevent that sort of thing. Let's see, what's next? Syslog collector. So this is really fairly straightforward. Is anybody unfamiliar with syslog and how to configure syslog and sending it the correct? Wow, everybody in here is a syslog expert. I'm impressed. Yeah, and so yeah, I've set up basically, God, what is it doing? So we have this machine, which is, I'm calling it the front end. It's configured to send syslog to another machine. And so it's being sent over an interesting technology called an overlay network. If you're familiar with any solutions like zero tier or zero tier, Tailscale, Nebula, that sort of thing. I'm using Nebula for this because Nebula lets me run my own Lighthouse. But if you look at ifconfig, you can see that there's a Nebula interface, and it's got a 10 dot address. And this thing, if I can type correctly, has also a 10 dot address. And so I can typo. I can't control C? What? That's kind of wild. Why can't I control C? Okay, sure. Yeah, maybe. Wow, that's wild. I've never had that happen before. That's great. Yeah, okay, so I can talk across the network. And so you can see that, hey, okay, I give up. This is a pretty quick and easy demo, if I could not screw it up. And so you can see that, like, here's HA proxy logs flowing from the front end machine. Control Z? Wow, this is wild. I don't even know. Okay. I'll just chalk it up to the hotel Wi-Fi because it's been doing this to me for 2 days. Right, and so simple syslog, essentially, if you can use this sort of technology, as far as like overlay networks go, it'll allow you to, and I guess that would be this slide here, tying everything together with Nebula. So you can use, I'm using Nebula, you can use your choice of networking tool, and it allows you to have the ability to communicate with different hosts without having to put everything in one data center, without having to put everything behind one firewall. You can essentially route these things over the internet sort of haphazardly, however you feel like. Wow, all sorts of stuff is falling apart, isn't it? Nice. How did I do that? Yeah, I broke it proper. I touched the network cable. Right, anyway, right, so the way that it gets interesting is if you route the logs the right way, you can basically collect everything into one central syslog server, and then you can use tools like Solar and Blacklight to emulate sort of Splunk-esque kind of functionality where you can aim tooling at a central log collector, and all of your logs are going into the same place. And the only advice I have for that is make sure that all of the timestamps or the time zones all your servers are running are all configured in UTC, because if the time zones are different, then the logs are going to be very difficult to parse because you're going to use essentially the timestamp as your key value. Right, and so fail to ban with that example is you can then aim fail to ban at those logs. And one of the interesting things you can do with Nebula, which again, sadly, I didn't have enough time to do this specific demo, but with this example, you can have SSH and SSL traffic logged to different files, and you can basically say, if there's traffic that's bouncing off the front end because it doesn't meet the MTLS requirement, or they're trying to do directory brute forcing, you can have fail to ban trigger taking that IP address and adding it to a log file, and then just running a reload HA proxy trick. And then you can have HA proxy then send traffic to wherever. You can create another backend in the config that says, like, bad guys, and it's a different version of the website, or it's the sort of curl parrot.live trick that I talked about last year. And then so we did the typing together, right? And then, okay, when a shell is in the shell, this is a fun one. So I think I mentioned this last year. Why does it keep doing that? So if I SSH in as myself, then I get a shell, right? We would hope. Okay, so I get a shell. But why? Stop. Shut up. Go away. All right, so if I get in as root, and I decide that this doesn't need a shell, this should get something else. Let's say this gets root lol.sh. And if you're going to do that, if you're going to mess with somebody's shell, you have to make sure that you change etc shells and add the thing that you want to use, because that's the only requirement, basically. Also, etc password doesn't like spaces, so you basically just put whatever you want in a bash script and call it a day. And so now, if I try to SSH in with that shell script instead of a shell, I should get permission denied. That's new. Oh, that's right. I put it in a different directory. This should be temp. Thank you. Sorry about that. Typos. Again, thank you, everybody, for being here at 9 a.m. Demo gods? Nice. So yeah. And so it's a really dumb, easy trick, but if you have SSH scanners hitting you all the time, those things are written with like chewing gum and duct tape and baling wire. They're not meant to cope with something like this. And so if you want to break attackers' infrastructure, let them get SSH in, except make their shell this, because it will just feed them this. Like, if you can see the traffic coming in, like this is just spamming. I don't know if it's too small to see, but like it's just spamming 20K a second. Yeah, 20K a second of text via SSH until I control C. Well, SSH scanners don't control C, so this will fill their disk. So like, I find that extremely amusing. That somebody wants to scan me, I'm taking your disk away. Good luck. Yeah. So, right, and so essentially, TLDR, self-hosting Exchange is obviously the safer way to run Exchange, despite what the cloud apologists will tell you. Microsoft is overtly making Exchange outside of cloud harder, and for that I'm sympathetic, because they really love those monthly subscriptions. And Linux has a fantastic array of tools and plumbing and things that you can use that will make your life a lot easier if you take advantage of the, God, I did it again. I won't touch it anymore. And yeah. Syslog plus failban equals poor man's adversarial defensive capabilities. And if you can, I would highly encourage you to wrap your entire perimeter in MTLS, because it makes enumeration completely impossible. If you have services that are exposed to partners or channel partners, customers, staff, whoever, and they all have your certificate, great, they're in and they can do their day-to-day business. But attackers, scanners, me, Orbital, we won't see anything. And so be invisible, hide from me, hide from everybody, because less traffic, less incidents, like you'll see something in the news and kind of chuckle, right? And so I would be remiss if I didn't mention this thing that I've probably talked to a bunch of you about that I've been working on for 3 years. It's finally done after 3 years, and it's ready for signups. And if you want to go play, we built an attack surface management tool. It's all in plain English. It's called Orbital. Go to orbital.phobos.io/signup and sign up if you want. I'll approve your account, and you can go play. And with that, thank you so much again. We're into Q&A. Here's my contact information, and I talked quite fast. If anybody has any questions,
Exactly.
please fling them at
me. Yes. Brave sir.
Yeah.
Oh, you got notes. Hold on, man.
Oh, no.
It's getting freaky.
There's pen and paper involved. I'm in trouble now.
There is text on it. Not yet for show, man.
All right, Dan the Magic Man. Sorry, because I am apparently the only one that don't know the MLTLS thing. What's the difference between that and regular VPN?
Well, MTLS isn't a VPN. It's not designed to like give you access to another network. It's kind of like a bus pass or like a train ticket. Like you can't ride the train if you don't have a ticket. And so it's more of a access control tool than a network tunneling technology.
Anyone else?
Okay. Any more questions? No? Comments? Anybody want to throw anything? Yeah. I'm American. I'm used to being shouted at. Please.
No one? Okay.
Wow. Okay. Well, then coffee for everybody, I guess.
Thank you so much, Dan.
Cheers. Thank you again. Thank you for having me.
Nice. Oh.
Good morning, everyone. Please find your seats. I hope you all got some coffee, a sandwich in you, and are ready for the next speaker. So please, without any further ado, join me in welcoming Anna Guetat.
All right, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I will start by saying I hope you can be forgiving with me. I'm really jet lagged, so just landed from Boston. So bear with me and help me here if you can. I'm here representing Recorded Future, and I'm an engineer. I'm not a security professional per se, despite working for a threat intelligence company. So I'm here to tell you the story of how threat actors' behaviors became an engineering problem, and how that impacts day-to-day engineering in building applications and systems that should serve us as defenders to protect our enterprises, us as individuals, households, and anything, you can name it. So, let's start with a very short intro on the speed, and everything started to shift to internet even faster than it was before, to war zones and conflicts we deal with all over the globe, like conflict that there is between Russia and Ukraine, in the Middle East, China and Taiwan. All that really significantly impacted global landscape, socio-political landscape, but also digital landscapes. That all caused that number and nature of digital and kinetic threats really multiplied. It's just exponentially growing. Internet started to really balkanize. Think about internet being this global structure that brought world together, and the entire idea of building internet was really there. Suddenly you have China doing something really individually, Russia building their own internet infrastructure, limited access, then having the Western world. And then you also have so many layers suddenly to internet. At the beginning, it was all open web. Who remembers here how it all started when you had those really plain HTML pages, just the plain text, no images, and so on and so on. Now, it's not only balkanized with many, many layers, from open source deep web to dark web, but it also has so many data on it, from text to images, to videos. Think about even this change that happened recently. At the beginning, it was just text. Then, with a pop-up of social media, images started to take over. Now, with really those conflicts that are happening all over the world, the short videos took over completely that digital space, right? And then we have to deal with this velocity of data and variety of data on all those layers, with all those infrastructures. And what that really causes is that we have to deal now as professionals, and differently for cybersecurity experts, differently for engineering, even if we come together in so many spaces. But we need to deal with the really free-folded dimensions of the current world we live in. So we know the kinetic world, when everything happens, when things are tangible, like, hey, there was an explosion, there was an attack, there was a protest, different events happening all over the world. Now those events in translated digital space are happening as well in this digital universe, when you have cyber attacks, when you have all the influence operations and disinformation campaigns, and then you have, and that all create this three-dimensional space we have to deal with. We have the kinetic physical space, we have the cyberspace we have to remember about, and we have this influence operations. And why I treat it as this separate dimension is for a very simple reason. Is because they mess up our minds. Suddenly, our brains, our minds become its own dimension when someone tries to influence how do we think, what do we do, and we have to also be able to answer that. So, in all those spaces, we have bad guys and the good guys. And the story I'm here to tell you today is really about how offenders behave, how they build their systems, what they really do, and what are defensive mechanisms that can serve really to protect it. And I bet you can name all of them, so I will tell you once again that from engineering perspective, and I will focus on how AI impact that entire space. So being the engineer and the builder, how I like to call it, and dealing with the AI systems on every day, I can tell you that it has such a significant and prominent impact that it becomes a problem on its own. So let's establish, going into this presentation, that influence operations, kinetic and digital threats are combined challenge in today's world. We must continuously adapt to this multi-threat environment. I will give you a great example, actually, from our work and what we do. At the beginning, when Russia invaded Ukraine, there were multiplied attacks on the different critical infrastructure entities. So, for example, attacks on the train station, on the power plants, on hospitals. And those attacks, so this is the kinetic space I'm talking about. That attack happened when someone literally throw a bomb or missiles, or there are soldiers coming and attack. And there was an attack on a power plant. And what was really difficult about that simultaneously what happened, there was a physical attack when the power plant was being bombarded, alongside cyber attacks on that critical infrastructure, but also on all the responders around, so they couldn't react on time. And response time was significantly prolonged for that specific reason, alongside with social media being full of those fake accounts, spreading information that really nothing is happening, it's all calm, and you know, all sun is shining, and there is no attack. So think about the difficulty and complexity of the world we build in. And us as engineers, as defenders, we really try to build systems that can react to all that multi-threat environment simultaneously. So there is this new world order we have to deal with, and it's a difficult one. But what happened also recently, there is completely new technology order. So I bet almost everyone in this room had already played with ChatGPT or directly with any large language models or any other multimodal applications. But the technology was so significantly behind our human capacities, right? And now we are finally in the space, I believe it, that's my personal belief, that we are finally hitting the space when technology really starts to be paired with the human capacity, or maybe even exceeding, and doesn't have the cognitive skills that each one of us here in the room has, right? We know how when we talk to each other, we have this different cognitive capacity to understand the environment and model the environment we are in. When, on the other hand, we can't handle the quantity and volume of data and computational power that machine will have, and how they will, and the speed where they deal with it. So that's what really happens. It was really emphasized with the rise of the large language models, which was really, I think it's now 1.5 years to 2 years, when we had the rise of GPT-3 and then ChatGPT. Now we are at GPT 4.0. What is very interesting, and all of you have heard that story, I bet many of you are completely fed up with listening about large language models and LLMs. I get it. But what is very, 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 very interesting, that simultaneously as those large language models were on a race and they were taking over really this technology space, and it was simultaneously happening as well on a dark web. So it's actually, and I will try to present you how easy it is to use large language model for malicious purposes. And so we started to we were observing with excitement, right, that there is this GPT series and there is this Llama and Claude, and now we have Grok, who is quite sarcastic model. And all those models that you can probably name, I stopped to count them. I had a nice slide showing all those models over time. Now it's like, the slide is so busy, it doesn't make sense to show it anymore. But what was happening on the dark web, the bad guys were sitting and just literally simultaneously acting and doing the same thing for malicious applications. So as we saw those models at rise, we also saw that we had the rise of Worm GPT. That was really the phishing for the business email compromise. Then we had Fraud GPT, Darkbart, Wolf GPT, XXX GPT, Poison GPT, and there is many, many others. What is really interesting, I find it quite ironic, actually, and interesting, that now all those models, they start to be promoted on the dark web as an all-in suit for cyber criminal solution. Good marketing on the TA side. But what is the problem? And why it was so easy for those models to happen on the dark web and be at use on such a scale and so quickly is, first and foremost, we were so vested into technology and developing that we really didn't, that guardrailing and auditability and overall regulatory environment is always like a follow-up to technology. You don't start there. You actually have the technology and then you try to catch up. Threat actors benefited from that fact. Of course, those models were quickly introduced with some type of guardrails, and guardrails are really mechanisms that serve to prevent malicious use of such a model. But guess what? They don't really work. And the cyber criminals are really, well, they're smart people. What can I tell you? They really know and quickly figure out how to overcome them. So here is an example. And they differ between the models. Some models have really strong ones. Some models have not at all. In some applications, to have guardrails, you have to pay for it. That's interesting, right? How ironic. I don't think that TAs are paying for that type of service. But for example, if you go to chat, and just to show you the difference also how easy it is to overcome those guardrails, it's like, you go to ChatGPT and you make that statement here. My colleague, actually, from our research group did that exercise. Just write me the VBA code that enables macro in Word document. And ChatGPT comes back very politely, like, I'm really, really sorry, but I can't help you here. This is type of application that I will not support. But you go to Playground, which is another way to access GPT model. So GPT model powers up ChatGPT. Playground is another environment when you can have access the same model. You make the same question, you prompt it in the same manner, and it spits out the answer. And I will tell you more about that particular application very shortly that actually allowed us to write malicious code. So we said about this multi-dimensional, multi-threat landscape, but what we also say, what we really have to say here is that in that sense, AI with large language models, with multi-models, with everything happening right now, amplifies everything. And what does it mean? It amplifies the good guys and us as defenders to try to protect our organizations, enterprises, or really, you guys name it, but it also amplifies all the activities on the offensive side of what is being done. And that happens now across all data types. We have large language models, of course, text. Internet is dominated by text. Now you have applications that allow you to write a code, and allow you to write a good code, and allow you to write a malicious code, or for malicious purposes, I should say. It helps you to do that with images, right? You can so easily create deepfake type of image and destroy someone's life, destroy someone's reputation. You can do that and apply someone's logo in very, very malicious context. And that can go also for destroying reputation of the company. Same with video, right? It's so easy to clone voice and appearance, and I will tell you more about that in the end, video and voice. So when you think about that, what is really happening right now, we have new world order with new technology order. That immediately means we have new cybersecurity order as well. When our threat landscape extends to so many new applications and so many new things that we, like, I don't know if a few years ago we would think about that voice of an executive becomes a part of our threat landscape. So it's really scary. So I will now give you 3 use cases when us at Recorded Future, so company I work with, I think I forgot to mention I work for Recorded Future. My colleagues are sitting over there, and they are here to help to answer all the questions. We had this red teaming exercise when engineering team I'm part of, alongside our investigators, researchers, so-called insect team, they are like those super cool dudes that sit on dark web all day long, and they know like literally everything that happens on the internet in a real time. We sat down together, we really closed everyone in a small room, just giving them pizza, and they were like, can you recreate threat actors' behaviors? Like, choose 3-4 use cases you would like to work with, and just can you recreate environments and the process and the systems, can you build it? In, of course, confined, secured environment. So our security director that is here perfectly approved it. So he, just one for disclosure. So first use case we were working with was the disinformation campaigns, so really using deepfakes to impersonate executives. And that was inspired by the story that has, 2 stories that has happened. One in Hong Kong, when there was a completely cloned CFO, visually, voice and body language and so on, called into the Zoom meeting with one of company employees responsible for company finances. And it was so realistic that fake CFO, deepfake CFO, made this employee make a transfer for $26.2 million. So scary, right? It was so realistic. The second thing that happened, now you know, I hope you know that in the US, it's a big election year. So like, there's this race of Trump and Biden, and there is a lot of discussions going on. I'm not here to talk about politics, but I'm here to tell you that people are so strongly polarized that in New Hampshire, what happened, there were fake calls impersonating one of the candidates and their people from the campaign, convincing others why not to vote for that other candidate. And people were so strongly vested that they were, of course, it was not only this information campaign to bias the society, but it was also, if you sponsor a campaign with $10, $15, $50 or whatever the amount, then it will make us stronger. And guess what people were doing? They were transferring money. So inspired by those 2 stories, we were like, okay, can we make a deepfake? And so of course, I can tell you like that. It took us 6 hours to create 3-minute presentation of one of our executives at the company. Of course, the story was really funny because we said that our company will merge with Formula 1. So we didn't have very malicious purpose in that. But the video was so realistic. We generated video, we cloned text of the presentation. Everything was generated by AI. The one thing that sold this 3-minute video and that it was fake is actually on a screen. Can you see how the future is written? That's the only thing that really sold that it was a deepfake. It was so realistic. So some findings from that. It took us only 6 hours. Guys, that's nothing, right? It is so easy to do it. So the entry barrier for threat actors to do this disinformation campaigns and creating the deepfakes is extremely low. It requires almost no computer science acumen. There are such a great UI interfaces that do the job for you, that it's really, really easy. I actually tested it on my 9-year-old daughter. Maybe, I don't know if it's a good test or not because she's really smart. But actually, I was like, can you play around with those models? She loved it and she was so proficient so quickly. It's just that easy. And it's very cheap. So what is really difficult or easy, depends on the person, is access to the content. So if your executive has strong social media presence, or media presence in general, then probably there is a content. And probably this content can be used in a malicious way. If there is no content, then it becomes a bit more problematic. And once again, when you use those models, that's why I started by talking about guardrails, because model doesn't really care that you create a deepfake. So those protection mechanisms are very not efficient here. What is a great protection mechanism that we learned? If you have accent. Because those models are trained on the English materials, American English being more precise. So if you have some type of accent, it's very, very much more difficult to recreate. I tried to clone myself to show you a short video how easy it is. It was ridiculous, so I gave up that idea. As you can hear, I have a strong accent, which is my protection mechanism. But why it becomes a problem, and just to show you that, hey, the TAs actually know it's quite easy to do it, is here the statistics. Countries per region with the biggest increase in the deepfake fraud cases, and think about, those are only registered ones. The one that actually someone reported. And I don't know, but like, come on guys, like 2-3 years ago, not that long time ago, no one would think about those numbers, or they would be like so, in such a low space, right? So this is scary, and that will definitely exponentially increase. So think about that. When you protect your companies, I think my main message here, and why I'm talking about this use case, is just so easy and so cheap to do it, that when you are protecting your organizations, individuals, or whatever you guys protecting as a security expert, voice and appearance and media presence is part of your threat landscape right now that you have to account for. Second use case. Oh wow, it's 20 minutes in. I really have to speed up. Impersonating legitimate websites. So what happened really here is like we cloned DOM trees of the websites, and we fed it with AI-generated, completely biased content. So think about like the Russian-sponsored media. We cloned it, and we fed it with pro-Ukrainian content and images. This is a bit more difficult use case that requires some level of sophistication for threat actors to actually be able to do it. It requires also quite a lot of curation on a human side. Because still the text generated, someone has to proofread it, because there are some hallucinations, there are some things that pop up that have to be corrected in that sense. But think about how it works today. So what actually inspired that use case? Today you have troll farms all over the world, right? So let's say somewhere in the Philippines, the average daily wage is around $10. And you have a lot of humans hired to write this just false content, biased content, and write those articles in English. English very often is not their native language, so then you have to have English speakers to curate it, and then you pay those people to do that. And how many articles a day or a week they can generate? Few, not that much, right? Even if this method is a little bit more sophisticated, it is just so tremendously, tremendously easy to do that and decrease the entire cost of operation 100-fold. So you go down for the $10 daily wage to potentially 1 cent. And how many more articles a day you can write? Hundreds? You name it. So this business case, even if it has some level of curation and difficulty and sophistication to it, it's a very attractive one for threat actors, because it's very automated in a sense and creates quite lucrative income. The third use case that I want to mention here is self-augmenting malware evading error rules. So what our team did here is they took snippets of malicious code and set of YARA rules that created the detection, submitted it to the large language model, and say, can you rewrite that code so it's not detected by those rules? How simple, right? But great news here is that actually this use case is difficult, requires quite high level of sophistication, and is not that efficient yet. It worked very well, actually, on short snippets of code, but it worked really poorly on the long snippets of code. But on the short snippets of code, it actually created synthetic, I'm losing the word, you see, the correct code and also preserved functionality of the malware. And that was one of the main goals. Can you write the code so it actually preserves the objectives? Yes, so quite expensive, quite high level of sophistication required. This entire report, if someone is curious, is available on our website and talks also about other use cases we have investigated and has also much more details. So yeah, let's spend a few minutes to talk now about this, as we are now on this AI-enabled malware and evading Yara rules and really bad behaviors. So what is really self-learning malware? And well, actually, I will turn around the question. You probably know way better than me what is self-learning and AI-enabled malware. But I know how it works from the architectural perspective and what is the mechanism that drives this. And I would like to spend a minute now to talk about that. As an engineer, I find it quite fascinating and very difficult problem, like really leading us in the future. One of the really most interesting cases, just for you guys if you want to check it later, was the Deep Locker by IBM. The researchers have created AI-enabled malware that stayed really dormant in different environments, and unless there was a so-called trigger that activated the malware. And there were two main triggers that they were investigating. One was voice recognition or face recognition. And that's what was really waking up the malware, and because it was like the indicator that you are logging into some type of secure system. Therefore, there is a high probability there will be some type of credentials. Guess what? I want to steal those credentials. And there was used also, they were testing after use of the optical character recognition to extract data because it was taking screenshots and extract the text from those different screenshots for that particular purpose, and many others. But let's talk for a second about architecture of self-learning malware. So there's few phases that on how it works. First phase is this learning component. What malware does in this particular stage, it collects the data about the victim. And it collects it from, if it's already infected environment, from within the environment, but also from all the external available data. It utilizes this material to train models that are embedded in a malware and learn about the victim. From there, what is really happening, now malware knows the victim, so it can really adjust attack methods, attack vectors, attack timing, and so on and so forth. So the entire strategy. From here, we go into this decision-making engine where malware adaptively plans the execution. So based on all that learned techniques, now this is my strategy. This is the time, the moment, the devices, yada, 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 that I will attack. It deploys the attack. From here, we go to the third phase, which is one of the most interesting, once again, in my personal opinion, when malware behaves extremely dynamically. It learns on the fly the environment and modifies its code and tries to mimic the behavior of the entire system that it is in, just to lower the detection. From here, malware is blended with the environment, right? It also dynamically selects C2C servers and spread mechanisms. So how it will spread across the entire environment, but also it adaptively chooses the most valuable data it's interested in stealing and propagate that data back home, if we can say this way. So it chooses right data and the right method to exfoliate it. Now, from here, once again, it dynamically changes its code so it can stay and propagate in those different environments it actually went into, and or stay dormant, or once again, it repeats the entire mechanism, the entire cycle when it's really mimicking the behavior, learns the behaviors, and deploys further attack. From spreading the exploits, another interesting phase of the self-learning malware is that it does success and failure analysis. So it really goes through the entire process and the code modifications and what has happened in the environment, and it refines its strategy. And of course, the success factors are here the key. So this is called the continuous learning process, and that's being repeated over and over and over. So it's a very interesting space when a lot of things are happening, and they're really sophisticated to really build that AI-enabled malware. Those are very sophisticated techniques requiring a really great knowledge, computer science knowledge that are being built. So now, what do we do? What can we do as a defenders to protect our systems from that, vicious applications? Of course, I think it's quite logical to say at that point, or for me as an engineer, that we need AI to stop AI. So that's why our team at Recorded Future, we build a defending mechanism based on the systems. So Recorded Future has at its core intelligence graph. An intelligence graph is the really digital, we like to say it's a digital twin of an internet. But what it differentiates it from like just having information, searching for information like you can do in Google, is that we have very strong ontological connections. Our graph understands that this malware belongs to this malware family, was created to these threat actors. It understands the geopolitical landscapes like that, hey, Gothenburg is in Sweden, Sweden is in Europe, and things like that. And we build on that knowledge this type of searches, or searches surfacing really the data. So one of the first defensive mechanisms we started to build, understanding that threat landscape and what is going on, is like how we can help the analysts and security expert to shift cognitive load. We've heard so much about time spent in finding the data, processing the data, figuring out the data. Is there anything that we can go scan entire internet and fetch that information in a very reasonable manner back to the analyst, back to the expert, so they don't waste time on processing the data? We want to shift that cognitive load, because guess what? Still, what we humans do way better than any type of computer system is like we take decisions, we take actions, right? And if we can't protect ourselves real time, then is there really a protection? No, we will be always reactive. We will be always, there is an attack created the harm, we have to deal with it. So how we become more proactive and stay ahead of the bad guys? So one of those things is like building that mechanism. And we build that mechanism for over a decade now, so many years, but it was in a query language. Once again, we try to speed up the process, but then you have to learn our query language to be able to do that. With the rise of AI, overnight, what became very simple is that you don't have to be so proficient in our query language to benefit from it. You can use natural language. You go, you ask a question, like you would ask your colleague, and then from there, you fetch the data, and it exactly gives you, also it tells you on the bottom, actually what it was fetching, what it was looking for by getting surface that data back to you. What is very interesting about that mechanism that we managed to accomplish really quickly, my pride and joy, by the way, is that we managed to keep the context so you can have a conversation. It's not a question, answer, and then you switch. You actually can have an in-depth conversation when you say, can you tell me more about that? Can you tell me, and really create a great deep dive around that. Also gives you some, and this is the beauty of large language model. The most simple use case is actually summarize me the data, right? When you apply it and it just splits out the summary. But this is the next one, right? It translates different difficult queries and allows you to, it really decreases the barrier entries for analysts in learning new systems and so on, because you deal with the language you know. And interestingly, it doesn't have to be English. So one of the interesting applications, other defensive applications that as an engineers working for cyber threat intelligence company we work with, and we try to build, once again, to make sure defenders are fully empowered to face bad guys and face threat actors and really protect the entities and people, other humans, are dealing with images. I was talking about this variety, velocity, and volume of data. So text is one of them, but dealing with images and videos is the second one of them. So now you have those fantastic models like Clip that are trained on a text-to-image vectors, which basically means the model understands if you type passport, it will go and fetch images of passport. It will know when the passport represents image. Why it's interesting? Because when you think about the identity compromises or credential leaks and so on the dark web, everything, oh, not everything, but so much is being posted as a screenshot, right? So it's so easy if you can collect that data and actually give me all the passports that were posted on the dark web for my company in the past 3 weeks, or like employees of my company in the past 3 weeks. Public sector even better, right? For all the citizens of Sweden in the past few weeks. Because it also works alongside with OCR, so it optical character recognition, so you not only have a passport, but if there is any mention of a country, it will capture it. Or if there is, any type of emblem or flag, it will also capture it. Another one is image similarity. That's also very interesting for brand applications or these geopolitical applications. When you think about that there is an image posted and there is text associated with it. And text says some things that are completely not true, or text is true, but you're not sure if image really follows. Most simple application, actually that was inspired by what was happening in Middle East when you were having so many news, fake news. When someone was saying there is bombarding of this place with attached image, and then you start to analyze the image and you realize that image is from 10 years ago and not even from Middle East. So once again, it's such a misinformation campaign spread that is very important to analyze. So what helps to solve that problem is so-called image similarity in analysis. When you find, from all the collected images, you find images that are very similar, and what is very interesting, it gives you similarity vector. So similar images can be images like if you have image of a plane, there will be other images having a plane. But another way of thinking about similarity is also when the image is blurred or has different resolution, so maybe it was zoomed out or zoomed in, so it was in some way transformed, or it becomes occluded. You just put something in front and you occlude partially the image. For example, I don't know, in this very easy case, just cover some type of associated street names, so you can't actually indicate the location. So those are some of the defensive mechanisms on images. Another interesting one also for images is like, it's so easy to extract location when you read text. And someone says, hey, in Gothenburg, Sweden, security fest is happening, right? It's, okay, Gothenburg, Sweden, easy peasy. But then image is associated and you want like, is this really Gothenburg? And we would know, right? For example, like on your t-shirt, you can figure out that there is Poseidon and this and that. The guys were describing the concept of the t-shirt to me before that speech. But if you send it to the world, other people won't. But this type of mechanism will absolutely help them out to say, give a probability indicators of where this image could have been taken. And the one that is one of my favorites, at least recently, because it's a difficult problem, is, okay, so we deal with a natural language because of the LLMs, so we deal with it much better in a space of the computer science. Our machines understand natural language, so you don't have to query for things. And can we translate that application into the malware searches? So when we have a sandbox environment, we have so many reports. From my experience, and you may have different, I will be looking forward to hear from you different experiences after the talk, is like many of those, you can find the report, but you can't search easily through the report. It's very much of a visual manual search when you open every single report and you use it. So can there be a mechanism that allows you to extract data from the report and have it searchable with natural language? Just give me this, give me that. As easy as it gets. And I was working with one of our INSIC team members who is like, oh my gosh, he's like a super powered analyst, and he was talking me through his process of how he's analyzing all the dynamic and static reports from our sandbox and how the process looks. And it's such a time-consuming process, and he's so fast. He knows what he's looking for, so he's doing that. But how you teach others to do that? How you propagate that knowledge so you are not this siloed individual? And I give it to all of you. You are super powered, but are you enough for the scale of the problem you deal with? So what we created here is actually the system that allows you to go and search through all the reports from the sandbox in natural language. So here you have an example saying, find all samples that talked HTTP to the netblock, yada, yada, yada. And you can ask any type of questions in natural human language about what you're looking for, and it will return you the answer. It will return you specific reports that you can still open, and then also it can go as far as help you to do some trend analysis across many reports, and so on and so forth. So those are the things that us engineers, we deal with when we think about cybersecurity experts and what we can build for you guys to really enhance your defensive mechanisms and help you be faster and really benefit on your human capacity of making decisions, knowing the context, and knowing what to do next in the next steps. For that, we are really focused on three things: on reasoning, automation, and autonomy, right? Reasoning is a hell of a difficult problem, I can tell you. So we start with very simple ones like analyze those trends or do some type of analysis, really, at that point of time. And automation is, for example, the natural language query. Instead of learning query language, instead of going processing the data, reading it yourself, can you make it faster just by getting it returned and to the extent you need? And lastly, autonomy. It's also quite difficult, not as difficult as reasoning, but it's also like, if something happens, you know, so many attacks happen over Christmas. It's such a great time to attack because there is just fewer people looking at the systems, fewer people to react, or Thanksgiving in US, for example. So do we always have to wait for someone to react in a real time? So can there be, and now of course the prominence of agents is coming after large language model. Everybody talks about bots. After bots, we will be talking about agents, and probably many of you already do. Can they act autonomously? So we don't have to wait. So those are the three things that we are really focusing on as an engineering environment. And just to finish very quickly my presentation, as I mentioned at the beginning, new world order, new technology order pushes us to have new security world order. And what that effectively means, that it's severely escalating threat landscape. I'm sure I'm stating facts here for you guys. All of us, we have seen it. But barrier entry for the bad guys are so much lower and so much cheaper right now. And really what it takes, it's a little bit of time and creativity. Then number two things, the importance of fortifying your assets. And it's not only about fortifying assets, and you probably could tell me so much about what that means and how you guys do it. But my message as an engineer here, as an individual, as a professional, is this threat landscape extends. It's not only your systems, it's not only your entities within that system. it's also your executives, it's also your individuals, their voices, their appearances, and the media present all over the internet. So don't forget about that. Then, ethical and regulatory concerns. There is so much debate nowadays about if AI development should be regulated. Bad guys don't regulate how they develop the AI. Of course, we have to regulate how to apply AI. That there is no concerns. But if we don't want to fall behind, we really have to stay ahead of the game in the systems we develop, but we are the defenders, which means we have to do it in a very ethical way and allow full level of transparency. So if I build a system, I want to give you full level of transparency, best level of quality and auditability so you can actually trust that system. Because guess what's the biggest problem with AI right now? It's really hard to trust it. So with that, there is the great power of AI and human collaborating. It's my life mantra. That's why I end up studying computer science. The power of machines and the power of human. The bad guys are benefiting from that. We have to make sure we do as well. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Anna. Do we have any questions in the crowd? Do you see any hands? No, doesn't look like it. You can always find Anna after the talk.
Yep, I will be hanging out, so thank you.
Thank you again.
It's found again. You found it. So please take your seats. Take your seats. We're going to give people a little bit more time to get in before we start. Everyone having a good time? Yeah, it's a bit, yeah, the screams are getting less and less high. Jeannie found her way out of the bathroom, which is good. She got locked in. She'll tell you all about it. She's here. Funny story. It's true. So find your seats so we can start with the next talk. After this, there's lunch, right? So anyone wants to come up on stage and tell me how we do lunch? Or has everyone figured it out? Is anyone here in doubt on where to go during lunch? Raise your hand now and be publicly shamed forever. This guy over here. You, sir, you're out. No, I'm just kidding. So yet again, I have the wrong lanyard now because I'm special, because mine broke. No, I had to give it away, actually. So the lanyard is key. Blue, green, and orange. Yeah? And just find the corresponding restaurant, then you get food, which is nice, right? So, that was it. The adulting is over. Yeah, please help me welcome Priyank Nigam, who's going to give us the next talk. Take it away.
Right. Thank you. Audible, visible. Awesome. Good morning. I know day 2, right? Like everyone is smashed probably. But yeah, welcome to my talk. We're gonna discuss my field notes on hunting authentication and authorization bugs that originate specifically from user registration stuff. Like, so think web applications, mobile applications, or any network service which allows new users to register, mostly via web-based HTTP APIs, but these concepts are like more or less applicable to pretty much any network service. So security engineers, bug hunters, developers will definitely appreciate some of these techniques, and they're probably even familiar with some of these. So let's begin by a little bit of my background. I'm a senior red teamer at Microsoft, fairly active in bug bounties, responsible disclosures. Research interests are usually AppSec, IoT, in Azure, as well as network security. I'm not so senior blue teamer at home, because you have a toddler and an infant who are always trying to defeat all your restrictions you put on them, right? So they are the real-world threat actors. All right, so this is going to be our agenda. These are all from first-hand red teaming experience. All of them are fixed, but there'll be no naming and shaming because NDAs and stuff. But these are alive in pretty much, no matter how secure the service is, definitely try. So a little bit of why, because as you all know, like authentication is the weakest point in any system, right? So if you attack that, the whole system falls apart. You don't even need to, escalate your privileges in there. So once you are inside, get a high privilege within the application, you don't need domain admin or stuff like that, right? And these things usually lead to account takeovers. Probably just take over the account of the most privileged account within that system, right? Could be administrator or someone else. These techniques are manual, more or less, which means there is very less noise and there will be like virtually no detection because the defenders don't actually know what they're looking for, right? Because everything on the back end is looking as if it's coming from a legitimate user themselves, right? And then we'll also discuss pre-registration account takeover, which is basically if an account does not exist in the system, but we can still control it until the real user arrives. It's still exciting, although not super exciting, but it is. So a little bit of how authentication currently works. All of you must have played this password game, right? About password complexities. What it usually leads to is things on the right, like extremely weak passwords. So someone thought about it, and then they said, OK, Nobody is going to use a password manager on their phone. Forget about even on desktop. And because now everything is now an app, even apps which don't pretty much do anything, but they're still given as app. So the solution was one-time password. Like your phone number is a proxy to your password, right? So what can go wrong here? Like because so OTP originally in crypto sense, like crypto as in cryptography, not crypto mining, was one-time pad, which was basically a string of highly random characters, which was only supposed to be used once and never again. The problem was that it was impractical to securely share this string in advance, right? That's the whole thing of symmetric key encryption, which is key management. So if you guys cannot actually securely share the key, if there's a way to share securely the key, then there's a way to securely share the data themselves. You don't even need encryption, right? So that was the origin, like one-time pad. Now, of course, it's, you guys know, like OTP is one-time password, which has a similar origin. So let's look at the case studies. So this was like a chat application, which is like just a phone number. Think of it as it uses like an email to sign up. The phone number is verified, but there was no verification of email. So you sign up, you say, OK, I am Joe Biden at whitehouse.gov. But you use your phone number. So your phone number, you will be sent an OTP to your number, and then you register. So what can go wrong over here, right? So the easy stuff is obviously you take over any unregistered emails, because if certain user doesn't exist on that platform, and there's no verification of email, and by verification I mean like if once you type in your email, you should get an OTP to your email too, so that you assert that you own that email too, and not just the phone number. So you get into that. So obviously, this leads to user repudiation. This is how the post request looks like. As you can see, the registration request looks like you can pass in any email. The platform device ID doesn't matter. It's like just random stuff. So now I own Joe Biden at whitehouse.gov, right? So this is a response. It's like 201 created. So certain things of interest. You see, you get passed a user identifier back. You get the email, which obviously you passed, and then you get like a long P, which is more or less like a pin you get back. So I don't know what to do with it, so I'm just going to keep it in my back pocket for now. And let's level up. Now, once you have registered, I've started enumerating all the HTTP APIs, like how the application themselves functions, right? And then I found an endpoint which would return the authentication token, like of the logged in user themselves, which is not exactly a big deal, because every application has, sometimes some kind of API where it just returns your own token, which is fine, right? But in this case, when I chain these two vulnerabilities, you can kind of maintain a persistent access. So we're going to see how. Remember the long pin which we get there? Once I was able to, and then there was this registration endpoint which was still active, even after the user was already registered within it. So you see that user ID, and you see that long pin. As you can see, I can get an access token back, which is for the same user, right? So far, that's good. But then what happens, right? Somebody tells the victim account, like, OK, you have an account, you should own your own account, right? Because someone already has taken over. So what is going to be the next step? So as a victim, obviously you will try to do a forgot password or something like that, right? Because your email has been taken over, but your phone number is still verified, right? So you just hit a forgot password with your own phone number, and you can try to get access to that email. So let's say the legitimate user does that, but even after that, remember that token leakage? I have it. That's a static token. So I still own that account, and they won't know about it at all, because now I'm just going to hit all the APIs using that token, and then still getting access. So in this exploit, I'm just basically changing the phone number again using that authentication token which I got before. And then, as you can see, I have changed that and I still own that account, even though that user has verified their phone number and stuff like that. So we are kind of attacking the human angle as well here, right? Because now this is a chat application. What are you going to trust more, like, right? So in this example, like, for example, what do you guys trust more, like a fully qualified domain name or an IP address, right? Obviously, the FQDN, right? You guys trust the legal name or the passport number? Because nobody is actually, knows the passport number of other persons, right? Or even a crypto wallet address. That's the whole thing about wallet addresses, right? Because those are very difficult to remember, right? Email address or a phone number. So obviously an email address, right? I could change the phone number and own that account, but you're going to search the user by the emails, and you're going to trust that more, right? So pretty much you get that. So I reported that there was a positive ending to this. They were like, the registration endpoint should not even be active post-registration, and obviously, no API should return sensitive information, let alone the authentication token. So the lesson here is like pre-registration ATO, nobody's gonna, even bother with it. But then when you chain all these vulnerabilities, you get like a really high impact vulnerabilities. For example, in this case, it was the lack of email verification, the return of sensitive information, even post-authentication, and even just for your own account. You can see there's nothing no big deal in that. But then the registration endpoint is still active post-registration. You just chain all these three, and then you get like a high-impact account takeover for pretty much any user within that system. So I would encourage everyone to, just not leave such low severity vulnerabilities on the table. Always find something more, and you can get that. All right, moving on. So number 2. So this is about single sign-on, where you don't actually attack single sign-on, but find ways to move around it, more or less. So let's do like a 2-minute crash course on single sign-on. So in a single sign-on structure, there's usually an identity provider, which is like Google, Facebook, Microsoft, LinkedIn, and then the client is obviously your web browser, your mobile browser, or any kind of a service which originates from the client. And then there's a service provider where you're actually trying to access some service. So for example, let's say this chat application, which redirects you to the SSO provider, and then you enter the username and password there, and then it redirects you to the client, which gives you a token, and then the token is sent back to the service provider. So the way trust is shared between these is like this. Like between the IDP and the service provider, there's a client ID, client secret, which is done during the setup stage. And then this is how this flow is, which I basically explained. That the client initiates the flow. The service provider redirects to IDP, where they enter the username and password, and then you send the signed token back to service provider to get access to whatever they were trying to access. So as you can see, this is crossing multiple trust boundaries, and I'm not even going to discuss like OAuth-based or SAML-based attacks, which are very well alive, but we'll just focus on the application layer. So in this scenario, they were doing SSO very rightly. They were using Azure, which is Entra now, Entra SSO. But however, they added like an extra step to the authentication process. And this is what it looked like, the post request. So this was like a multi-tenant application, which was doing authentication. It was hosting a bunch of corporate data. And this was initiated from the Android. So the only secret, so after authentication, you get back a token from Entra ID. However, they were exchanging that to get another application-specific token. And this is what the request looked like. So the only things which we need to know is the merchant ID, because as I said, this was a multi-tenant application, so every merchant had a GUID, which was unpredictable, but you can kind of leak it. It's kind of public. So at the very least, you have access to all the accounts within that particular domain, so your company in this case. And then if you can find ways to get leak another GUID, you have access to those as well. And then there's a tenant name. It doesn't matter. It's like it could be any company name. And then the user ID was the AAD object ID, which is, so when you enumerate Active Directory, every user principal name is identified by a GUID, which is also known as the Azure object ID. Those are different. On-prem, those are different. On cloud, it's different. But it doesn't matter because anyone with directory read access, which by default you already have, any user within your company can enumerate those. As everyone with Active Directory experience might know, you can pretty much enumerate all Active Directory objects, at least the read access. And if you have write, that's like a totally different issue. And then there was this email address, which was like just user@domainname.com. So that got me thinking, like, OK, so there's technically no secret except the email address, which is like weird, right? So it more or less boils down to knowing just the tenant ID and the user's email address. And this is how the response looked like to the previous request. It gives you a token, which was specific to that application only. And then the merchant ID was like basically a return of whatever we sent in, right? And this token provides full access to any user's account. Now, this is like an example of full account takeover without even touching any of the user, right? This is not going to be detected. But yeah, this was like a jackpot for me, like, and I could do it for multiple tenants as well because I found another vulnerability where you could do it. So in this case, like, even though just using single sign-on doesn't prevent you from shooting yourself in the foot, if you don't do it correctly, there are like pitfalls like this. AAD object IDs are not secret. Use a real secret. Like just use the JOT token, verified, validated before accessing any of the APIs in the next step, right? All right, so another SSO case study where they are just blindly trusting the SSO provider. So remember the diagram where there's the SSO trust boundaries, right? So there's a trust boundary between identity provider and service provider, which basically is based on client ID and client secret. The thing is, like, the service provider is trusting pretty much everything the SSO provides back. So like a name, email, phone number, whatever it is. Now the thing is, like, you are trusting the single sign-on provider to do all the verification validation for you. So think about pretty much everything, like full name, email address. You trust that they have validated it. Phone number, you trust they are validating it. Because now you're using that values which are coming from the identity provider, right? So in this case, one of the SSO providers was allowing registration via phone number, but they did not actually validate the email address, which is fine. It's not, again, not big of a deal, right? However, once that request has come in to our application, it becomes difficult to validate, like, which is true, which is not, right? So at the very least, this can cause denial of service because you can just tamper with any of the email addresses which is coming from the IDP, and then it would lead to like pre-registration account takeover or something like that. However, in this case, because you're using SSO, by design there's no password reset, right? Because the whole point of using an SSO is you guys don't do management of passwords, right? You just outsource it to the SSO, make sure, like, OK, they'll handle everything, password storage, password management, stuff like that, right? Which is good, right? But now, in this case, it becomes a problem because a legitimate user cannot actually reset their password without opening support calls and stuff like that. So this is what the request looked like. So after this is when the user is actually being registered. So if I have to pass in the email address where I hijack this account or something like that, and then the authentication provider ID was pretty much like, it could be some unique identifier, and then the identity provider was like, Facebook, LinkedIn, or whatever that was. And the application blindly trusted all of these values. So your name, email, phone number, whatever that was, thinking that those were already verified at the identity provider, but this is all like basically tampered by the end user. And this totally works. So Lessons, obviously trust but verify, you know. And if the identity provider is not doing the verification, this is going to lead to account takeovers. For example, if this account already existed on your application, this might lead to full account takeover. In this case, it did not, but it could. All right, moving on to case study number 4. We're going to deep dive into any RFC, in this case, the email RFC, which is 5322. So we're going to play a game, so everyone is going to answer yes or no. So I have a bunch of email addresses, and you're going to say if it's valid or not. All right, so number 1, space between quotes. What do you guys think? Is this? No? Yes? All right, it's a valid email address, as per the RFC. Let's move on. Quoted double dots. Yes? All right, it is valid. Non-letter characters and multiple @ sign. The first one is a double quoted one. See, there's one drunk guy who's like, yes, of course. Yes, it's valid as per the RFC. IP addresses instead of domain name. It is valid. You guys know it now. Slashes within the username. Yep. Yes. Local domain name with no top-level domain. Yes, that's a valid one. So as you guys see, they're like so weird email addresses which are valid as per the RFC. So when you are registering your email onto any application, the application has to do not just the verification, but also the validation of all these weird things which are happening. So in one of the cases, the application which I was accessing was like a Java application, and it was being run via the standard Java validator, this particular class, which is like internet address.validate. And now, obviously, it has to adhere to the RFC, right? Otherwise, what is the point, right? So as penetration testers, security engineers, the first thing you will be like, oh, if angle brackets are allowed, or if quoted signs are allowed, what are you going to try, right? Obviously, you're going to try to do something like XSS or stuff like that. But what are the targets here? Like if you are still able to get that email address registered within the application, you will get like an email like saying that, oh, you were successfully registered or stuff like that, right? So the target is mostly mail clients. It could be a web-based client, it could be a thick client, it could be a mobile client, and I don't know, people access their email even on terminals, right? So it could be that. Whatever would execute JavaScript or stuff like that, right? And the client doesn't matter. It could be Outlook, it could be Gmail, it could be Apple's inbuilt, mail client. So, however, they are very, very strict about executing script. So we did some research. We're like, okay, we can't do script, and even after doing script, we probably don't have much to gain here. So, however, modern mail readers have significant CSS capabilities. So, which means you could embed style tags within the email addresses, and both of these are like perfectly valid email address as per the RFC. So, and then there were like some character limitations, but it doesn't matter for our purposes because you could just run it through a URL shortener and get it there. So in this case, what I did was like basically hit an import statement on CSS, which would load external content, and the mail reader would try to render it. So this is what the CSS looked like after developing the exploit. We just did a body where in the beginning it's hidden, and after the body is loaded, which means when the user opens up the email, you could just replace the content. So in this case, it was like, just enticing a user to click somewhere else, right? So this is like some account reset page or some phone number which we control, and then what are the chances that the user will not do that, right? Because now this is coming from a legitimate service. It's not even a phishing email or something, right? It's coming from whatever, no reply at application .com, right? However, some clients will still warn about loading external content in the sense that because now I have embedded like an HTTP link, so they'll be like, oh, do you want to, like, for example, Thunderbird did warn us, but what are the chances people are going to say yes, right? Because think about it, it's coming from a legitimate email, it's coming from, you expected that because you registered that, and then, people will actually do that. So you're attacking the mail client, right? Which is like super cool. All right, last one. We're just gonna hit double dipping. This is like a really textbook example of account takeover, but I just wanted to show it because like things like this exist. They are like very alive, and this is like so dumb I can't even talk. But this is like $1 billion home improvement retailer in the US. So this is what the HTTP request looks like when I try to register a new user. It's just an API endpoint to the profile. You say the user you want, username you want, the password you want, and the user ID you want. Like it could be random, right? And then two cases, right? If the user does not exist, this is what the response looks like. I get a user identifier, I get the user ID, which could be random. And then I get an API authentication token for my user, right? Which is good, right? However, if the user already existed, I would get an ID, a user ID, and an authentication token. I was like, this is, I don't know, what's wrong, right? So I started testing. And then like whether this authentication token is actually useless, might be dummy, who knows, right? Because services do a lot of stuff for default user accounts. And actually, it turns out, so when I just did like a test on, getting profile details for my user using the authentication token I already obtained for another user, and it looks like it totally works for that user, which is like, it's like a textbook level account takeover, but such things exist, so do not give up. All right. All right, so yeah, we are almost near the end. So this is like a cheat sheet I developed where, if you come across for any application doing user registration, self-registration on their own, definitely check for, for example, they're doing out-of-band authentication channels, right? The first thing is, are they verified or not? And denial of service is the least you are going to get, right? So, and there's a difference. And then check if there are like extra steps. Like it has to be like clean as a slate, right? Because even if you're using single sign-on or any kind of service where you outsource the authentication, there are opportunities in tampering. There are like a lot of them. So basically, anytime a data crosses trust boundaries, there are opportunities, and people will exploit it. Self-user registration, obviously, like a bunch of AppSec things like sanitation, error message disclosure, or bypass any checks for API access. For SSO, all attacks are definitely valid, like signature wrapping attacks for SAML, XXC for OAuth, and OAuth's two specific attacks where you tamper with redirect URLs. You can do a lot of stuff there, but those are like very specific to technologies, but definitely look after them. If email address is accepted, obviously it has to, right? So you need to remember that email address validation is not the same as email address sanitization. So as we see, like looking at the RFC, there are a lot of crazy things can happen. The onus is on the application developers to make sure that none of the unintended consequences arise due to that. With that, questions time, feedback time.
1, 2, 3. We're on. Any questions? Raise your hands. Surely there has to be a bunch of questions. Come on. Prove that you're not a Swede. Raise your hand. You can do it. You get a drink ticket.
Drink ticket. Or I'm going to find every one of you and grab you by the collar and say, you have to ask me. Regardless, yeah, if you're shy, you don't want to ask, it's totally fine. Feel free to connect me over Twitter, X, LinkedIn, or I'll publish the slides later at this location. So
Perfect.
thank you so much
Thank you.
for being an awesome audience.
Yes. So we're going to break for lunch now, and those who are observant have seen that there is a 30-minute sort of break before the lunch would actually be served. So don't go all charge or to the gates just yet. You have 30 minutes until it opens. Okay? Perfect. I'll give them a couple of minutes to find their seats. Found a restaurant, got food in their belly. Me too. And now it's time again to give a warm welcome to Szymon, our next speaker.
So, hello everybody. I'm going to talk about digital identity today. Just from the hallway talks, I know that you guys already have a similar sister on your own called Bank ID, I think. Poland has something similar, a fully legally legislated ID system that has to be legally respected by every bank, every organization, every business in the country. There are some things to learn and some mistakes not to repeat that you might want to hear. The talk is pretty much scheduled as follows. It's divided into two parts. The first one is a practical part where we're going to just turn ourselves as an attacker with pretty much no technical knowledge whatsoever, and the goal is to see how much can we abuse the system without any technical knowledge. Then we're going to go to the technical part when we're going to deep dive into some of the mechanisms that the system offers, and we're going to see how can we break it. My name is Szymon. I work as an IT security consultant for Securing, where I mostly deal with mobile application security. And before we dive in, a quick disclaimer. Although I work for a company that offers penetration testing services, what you're about to see is a result of a purely pro bono and non-commercial research. We haven't got paid for it. We're not leaking any client data or something like that. We just wanted to learn how the system works and did it. The best way is to do it yourself. So I know that most of you are from Sweden and probably have a similar system, but do we have anyone outside of Sweden that doesn't have a digital system working? Oh, I see two people. Well, if you did, if you're from Sweden and you use the Bank ID, you can treat this talk pretty much to compare what's the difference between the Poland's version and the Swedish version, what are the differences, what are the similarities. Maybe your system is more secure by design than ours was. And if you didn't, pretty much it will be only a matter of time before you will, because there's a big push towards implementing those systems. There's a EU regulation that basically requires every EU country to create something like that, and learn others' mistakes. About the political background, there is a regulation in the EU called the e-IDES, which basically requires all EU member states to create and implement some sort of digital ID. And the further goal is to basically introduce a mechanism of interoperability between those states. So me, as a Polish national with Polish digital ID, in the future I could basically verify myself with your bank ID application. They should work in tandem. So we had in Poland our own legislation, the M-Citizen Application Act, which introduced the application, which introduced also legal ramifications. So basically, trying to fake the application in any way would be as equal as creating a physical fake ID. And also introduced more than just an ID document. So the application in itself has a driver's license, student ID, attorney card, and a bunch of other systems introduced at once. So the scope for the research is a mobile application called the M-Obywatel, which I'll reference as M-Citizen, which is the Polish translation. So let's dive into the practical part, where, as I've said, we have no technical knowledge towards the system, and we'll try to abuse it as much as possible. I think for your bank ID case, the application usually consists of two main processes. The onboarding stage, where you just install the app and want to obtain your ID for the first time. And there's also the verification process, which involves some data sharing. So you want to verify yourself that your ID is in fact authentic and real. For the practical part, we're going to just focus on the verification process. As I've said, we don't have any technical knowledge, and the onboarding process is a bit more complex. So the government introduced basically 3 ways to verify someone using the application. Each subsequent version is basically more sound in terms of security. The first one is the visual verification, where you basically look at somebody else's screen, and there's a bunch of holograms or graphics that respond to your phone's gyro movement. There's a time and date shown, and the basic security principle is to defend against, let's say, a screenshot. So you can't just screenshot the app, Photoshop the data to someone else, and go to the bank and cash out all of his money. Then we have the functional verification, which is a bit more, I would say, involves just convincing making you just make some unrelated action within the application. So just let's you log out of the application and log back in, or just close the application, open some other module within the application. So here we're trying to defend against, let's say, screen recording attacks, or GIFs or GIFs. And then you have the cryptographic verification, which involves basically 2 separate phones. One phone is displaying a QR code that the other phone is scanning. There is some magic happening in the background, and the data is exchanged with some cryptographic protocol in the background. So now that you know, there are three verification methods. That's the theory. In reality, in practice, pretty much nobody uses the second and third verification method. As it currently stands, people just look at your screen, say, oh, that looks good enough, and just let you go. So to visualize it further, let's imagine 4 different organizations, each with a pretty high risk impact, with different risk profile. And let's ask ourselves, what are the risks associated with lack of proper ID verifications for those organizations? So for a clinic, let's imagine you're an attacker that managed to successfully bypass ID verification. You could presumably steal someone else's medical records. For an airline, let's say you're a fugitive wanted by the law enforcement agencies. So you might want to escape or flee the country. For a telecommunications company, you have the pretty common SIM swapping attack, which is you create a copy of someone else's SIM card that you can later use to obtain 2-factor authentication codes via the SMS. And then for bank, pretty standard, pretty obvious. If you could just go to the bank and verify yourselves as someone else, you could, in theory, just withdraw all of his money from his account. So let's check which of these 4 different organizations use the strongest verification method, which is the cryptographic QR code scanning thingy. As I've said, this is a practical part, so these are hidden camera recordings from real world organizations that we just tested. So here's a clinic, and the verification process will begin now. And the recording is kind of cropped, but as you can see, the lady is just reading from something from my phone. Now the verification has finished, so I can basically, let's say if I'm an attacker, that I could ask the lady to give me all medical records of someone else. For an airport, same thing, waiting in line before we enter the plane. As you can see, the girl in front of me is showing her physical ID, which is checked. And then I walk in, I show the application. The verification has successfully been finished, and I just can walk in. Now the telecommunications company, similar stuff. I walk in, I say, hey, I've lost my phone, I've lost my SIM card. Is there a way to get a duplicate one? Yeah, go ahead. I insist on using the mCitizen application instead of a physical ID, which is by law required to be accepted. So the verification process starts. The guy is, I presume, just reading my name and my social security number. The verification has been finished, as you can see. Also took like 2 or 3 seconds. And now it's just a matter of reading some, or just accepting some terms and set of conditions, signing some papers. And at the end, I get handed a duplicate SIM card of myself, I guess. And I just walk in, I have a duplicate SIM card. So now let's see how it looks like in a bank. So I would say this is the highest level of security that should be applied for bank. I go in, I ask, I would like to close my account and withdraw all the money that I have. Again, I insist on using the application instead of physical ID. And at first, I thought that it's going to work again in the bank. I'm going to just close my account, withdraw all the money, just using the lowest level of security that the government is recommending. As you can see, the lady is collecting some data from my phone. I get a rush thinking that it's going to work, but after a minute, I get asked to scan a QR code that is displayed on the lady's laptop, which is the proper way of, the most secure way of sharing data or verifying your identity within the system. So as you can see, I scanned the QR code, input a very secure PIN, and my data is shared in a secure way. So, to answer the question, how many organizations use the strongest method of verification? Only 1 out of 3, only the bank uses. So all of the lower tier risk organizations, such as telecom, which is still a very high risk organization, uses just the plain visual verification method. So now that we know that you can basically just show someone else's phone, show the phone with someone else's data, what's stopping the attacker from creating a so-called mHacker tool, which basically injects your own custom arbitrary data into the legitimate application. So as you can see, here's the real mCitizen application with all of its functionality. It's not some copycat clone. It has all the features, all the watermarks, all the images that respond to your phone's gyro. And then I have the mHacker app installed, which is just a plain app with a bunch of forms that I can quickly edit to change my name, change my photo, change my social security number, basically change anything that I want to successfully bypass the visual and functional verification. As you can see, I change my name, I change a photo to someone else, and I go back to the application, the legitimate one. Once I do that, I don't need to close the application. I just refresh the ID view, and I'm someone else. I don't need to, let's say, restart my phone, restart someone else, restart the application. So, considering that, you know, this could pretty much be you if your bank ID application has no. If organizations do not require strong verification, then what's stopping you from, you know, what's stopping the attacker from changing their data to you, going to a telecommunications company, getting a SIM card of you, and then once they get the SIM card, they get your Google account, your Facebook account. Here I'm actually impersonating my boss. So again, it's a process which takes 20 to 30 seconds, doesn't require any technical knowledge if you have the app, and I'm someone else. And to be honest, that is one of the scenarios that we use during our physical penetration testing scenarios. So we look for, when we are asked to you know, break into some organizations, into the office, and maybe plug some malicious stuff in there. The scenario that always works so far is we go to the organization's LinkedIn, check for some employee that is kind of new to the company, so his face doesn't get recognized easily in the office. With the help of the mHacker app, we change our identity to the person, and then we just walk to the lobby and say, "Oh, I've lost my badge, or I left my badge at home. I don't want to drive to my home for an hour during the traffic. Can you just give me a temporary badge so I can just go in today? Here's my ID to prove to you that I am indeed me." And it works every time so far. So ask yourselves, is it possible with your implementation? But what I'm showing you today now, at least at this point, is pretty much the same thing as a fake ID, I'd say, with some slight differences though. The main difference is that it doesn't cost me anything to create this new identity. I can change it in a matter of seconds, so it doesn't. I don't have to have some shady company do the ID for me. It's infinitely scalable. So I get all I need is a phone, and that's it. And it's also free to use, so no cost to the attacker. But as I've said previously, it only works for the first and second verification method. So you can bypass, you're basically attacking the person that is verifying the application. So you're attacking his eyes, basically. The cryptographic verification would not work because there's some cryptographic signing protocol involved that wouldn't be possible to be bypassed with this simple trick. So now we go to the technical part where we're gonna try to dive deep into how the application works and what can go wrong. As I've said, there are two main processes within the application usually. I think it's pretty similar to yours as well. The onboarding one and the verification process. Let's look how the onboarding process looks like. I know that with your implementation, you're just scanning your passport and something like that with an NFC tag or something like that. In this case, the process requires a trusted third party. It is usually a bank. So to obtain your digital ID for the first time, you're basically asked to log into the bank and then log in online to the bank and then select that you acknowledge and you want to pass your data, which the bank has, to the government server. The data is passed in basically a side channel, so it is not possible for you to somehow listen to the data and change it while it's in traffic. And once the bank basically sends the data from its own database to the government server, a user certificate is created that is then passed to you. So it's a process that requires basically a third party that is a basically source of truth for your identity. Once that's finished, your ID is stored basically encrypted on your device's local storage with a key stored in a secure element either on iOS or Android, and you cannot access it easily. So let's try to break that encryption and see what's under the hood. What does the ID look like, technically speaking? It's something called government-side container, which is basically a JSON blob that contains all of your data, like your name, surname, your photo, your ID number, your social security number. And then you have something called personal certificate, which is just a certificate that you can use to sign the data and prove that you're in fact you. Here's an example of how a container looks like, which is, as you can see, just a JSON file with some fields about your identity. And what's important is that appended to the container, to the JSON file, is a government signature. So the government takes the JSON file, signs it, and then appends the signature to the JSON. So that is used for data integrity purposes. So if the data is signed, then you cannot just easily go break the encryption and then just change some field in the JSON and go to the bank and verify yourself as someone else. So the onboarding process looks strong. The process is pretty much invisible to the user because it requires the third party is connecting directly with the government without your basically need. And it requires a trusted third party that has your knowledge and is considered to be a source of truth. So now that you know that, let's look at the verification process, which is you have an ID, you want to securely verify it with, let's say, in a bank. So how does it work under the hood? The process, as I've said, requires two separate devices. One is displaying a QR code that the later is scanning and sharing the data. Here's I think, animation that visualizes it better. So a QR code is shown, you scan the QR code, a screen is shown that, hey, you're about to share data with, let's say, a bank in Poland. Here's the data you're gonna share in a list. And once the verification is finished, on the verifier's phone, there appears a full list of data that has been shared. So as a first, let's say, grasp for something to attack, let's look what are the QR codes storing? What information does these QR codes store? Apart from some IDs or some dates, the interesting fields are the document type, which is whether it is a ID or maybe it is a driving license or maybe it's a student ID card, and a pretty interesting field called the creator name. So who has created the QR code that is shown to your phone that, hey, you're about to share the data with that person. But there's pretty much no integrity of the data that is stored in the QR code. As you can see, there is no signature to append it to the data that is generated. So what if you just change the data of the creator to let's say, a police headquarters and try to use that as a phishing opportunity? Well, you generate the QR code, you just show it to someone, he or she scans it in the application, and it turns out that they're trying to share the information to the police headquarters. But still, it's pretty much, you get shown this huge screen showing that you're about to share a bunch of data to potentially someone that is suspicious, which frankly can burn the whole operation. So what if we just play around with the encoding within the creator name field, and just let's add a bunch of new line signs and a bunch of enter signs at the end of our phishing message, generate the QR code, send it to someone, and let's see what happens. So as you can see, I have the application, I have some identity, and now I'm approached by someone that is convincing me to verify his data, for me to send him my data. So I get shown a QR code that I scan. And once I scan it, I don't see any information about sending my name, surname, social security number. All I get seen is a Polish version of some phishing message that says, hey, share me your name and surname, and you get in return 100 grand. So you can imagine that to be a pretty good phishing vector for, let's say, a website that is trying to impersonate a bank. So it shows you, hey, log in with the mCitizen application. You get shown a QR code that you scan that QR code, you pass the data, and now the threat actor knows what's your name, what's your surname, and he can display it to the website back. Let's say, once you share the data, he says, hey, you're Simon, your maiden name is this and this. Click here to complete the process and get a bunch of money from us. But what I'm showing you right now is just some phishing attempts. It's still, you share the data with someone, but what does it matter that you share some data with someone? Like, someone knows your name and surname. The thing that's still blocking us is the cryptographic verification, which is the most secure process of data verification. So let's make this our next goal to break that stuff. In order to break it, we basically have to know how it works under the hood. As you can see, we have a person that is the verifier, we have the person that is being verified, and we have the government server. And also, as you can see, the person that is being verified has his personal container and his personal certificate. When the verification process starts, the verifier sends the message to the server that says, hey, I'm starting a verification process of this ID, and QR code is generated and is displayed on the verifier's phone. Then the person being verified scans the QR code, he obtains the session ID of the data session exchange ID from the server, and also obtains a key for additional encryption. So all data that is sent within the system, all sensitive data, is additionally encrypted besides HTTPS traffic. So next, the person being verified creates some sort of like a blob of data. He takes his digital container, which consists all of his data, his name, his surname. He takes the session ID, so the system can differentiate between different sessions. He takes some other metadata, and then he signs it with his personal certificate in order to prove that, hey, this data, I am signing it, this is in fact me. And additionally, he's encrypting it to basically ensure that even if you could sniff the traffic, you cannot listen to what's the data. Then he sends it to the server, and what's important is that the server is basically responsible for verifying the data. So it is not a peer-to-peer process that just the server is some intermediary. The whole verification happens strictly on the government server side. And once the verification is successful, it's just the server returns some information like, hey, as you can see, as you saw previously, hey, the data has been exchanged securely. So as a result of a cryptographic verification, as you've seen previously, a following screen is shown to the verifier, but we want to know what's happening under the hood. So what's the real data that is shown from the server to the verifier? So we listen, we basically hook the application to listen to the incoming traffic. We listen for any changes in memory. We obtain the following data. As you can see, everything is encrypted, as I've said. So we gotta create another process that we listen for the decryption key. We decrypt it and when it's being received. And the decrypted data looks as follows: is a weird JSON file with all your data. Anyone noticing any difference, any similarities to previous slides from the presentation? It turns out that the whole process, during the whole onboarding process, you received two things: the personal container with the government signature and your personal certificate. And it turns out that during the verification process, the verifier receives basically 50% of the data that you receive during onboarding. So he doesn't have the container, so he doesn't have the certificate, so let's assume he cannot sign the data, he cannot prove that he is in fact him. Is it really? So if we have someone else's digital container, let's just try to sign it with our own certificate. and try to pass it as a legitimate identity. So the complete attack scenario would look as follows, that we just phish the container out of someone with a phishing QR code. We listen for the incoming personal container. Once we have that, we can basically inject into the application, change our own container into the container of the attacker, sign it, encrypt it, send it to the server, and maybe it will work. Let's see. The attack consists of 2 stages. The first stage is we're trying to gather a personal container of someone else. So as you can see, we have an attacker, we have a victim. Victim has his own identity. An attacker has generated a phishing QR code, and also, as you can see by the terminal screen, he has a listening setup to listen for any incoming data that is going to be received after the verification process has succeeded. So the attacker shows the QR code to the victim. The victim doesn't know whether it is an attack or not, so he just shares the data. It might be just a legitimate verification attempt. The data is shared, but as you're going to see by the terminal window, the attacker will listen and basically capture the victim's personal container that he received during the verification process. Now that he does have it, the attacker basically doesn't need the victim at all. He can just go about his day, and when the opportunity arises, he, let's say, goes to the bank, and the whole process repeats. But it's exchanged. We have an attacker that has his own identity, but he also has that stored container of someone else. So he manipulates his own application to first change the view of the application so it's more, so the attack is more transparent. So as you can see, the screen has been changed to show the details of the victim. And now it's just a standard process of cryptographic verification. So the third-party verifier generates a QR code. The third-party verifier has a pretty standard of the Play Store version of the application that doesn't require, without any weird modifications. He shows the QR code to attacker, which the attacker scans. And now instead of sending the attacker's personal container to the verifier, the attacker sends the container of the victim that he has previously captured. So he sends the data, and the cryptographic verification has been successfully achieved with someone else's ID. So yeah, it works. It is a server-side business logic issue during the whole verification process, which is the server did not check whether the container of person, whether the certificate is signed with the container of the same person. So basically, a container of Bob can be signed with certificate of Alice, and it will be processed successfully. The issue works both on iOS and Android, so it's basically works basically on all platforms. It's also invisible to the victim, so the victim has no idea that the attack is happening. He just sees a pretty standard verification process that doesn't look weird. And also uses the fact that the server exposes excessive information. So after the verification process is finished, the verifier basically receives full container of the person he is verified. Why? I mean, what's the reason or what's the logic behind it? So, and also what's important is the attack can be performed in a manner that I've called collect now and scam later. So you basically can collect a bunch of data, a bunch of containers over, let's say, 2 weeks, and then just go to the bank and right after another withdraw all the money from all of the victims. But there's some questions, like how long is the capture container valid for? If the capture container is valid for, let's say, 2 minutes, then the attack is just pure theory. Like no one will just go and run to the bank 2 minutes after he has verified someone. It turns out the container is valid for 5 years. So you could basically just collect a bunch of data, and after 3 years, everyone has forgot about it. You go to the bank, and you basically can do anything with the person's identity. And then also another question. Let's say I think I was attacked. I think someone has captured my personal container. What can I do to protect myself? Can I, let's say, uninstall the app? Or is there some revocation process? Or what can I do? Nothing. There is the application did support a revocation process, but that process only removed your personal certificate. Since the container is signed by the government, and the signature of the government is still valid, the container in itself is also valid after the revocation. So it's not fine. You basically have a tool that you can use to basically access any service or business using someone else's data, and those businesses are pretty high risk, like you've seen in the practical part where banks have to rely on the cryptographic verification. So we started to notify, to fix that issue. We started in August. As you can see, it took me 2 days to discover all of the issues. And then we started to notify certs. The first one cert we notified is like a go-to shop for when you find some issue. They actually told us that, hey, this is a government infrastructure. We are not going to deal with that. Go talk to another cert. We did. We sent them the information, send the technical details, but we didn't get a response for 3 days. So after that, we started to notify the government's the government sector responsible for creating the app directly. So you might wonder why were we in such a hurry? Like only after 3 days of not receiving any response, we started to notify the government directly. Actually, in the law, it was mentioned that on the 1st of September, every bank in the country has to legally respect the application. So the application in itself was rolled out as a, let's say, a slow release mode. So the application was released. You had 2 months to onboard yourself, to get acquainted to the application, and after that period, the application would be live, and you could use it in a bank. So on the 1st of September, you could basically go to the bank and basically verify yourself again with someone else's data. After about a month, we got information from the CERT that the fixes have been implemented, but in reality, the fixes have been implemented way sooner than that. Once we contacted the government, the fixes were introduced in a matter like 2 or 3 days. So what was the government's reaction? It was pretty professional, I would say, for a public sector. The response was almost instantaneous. We had a direct meeting with the team that is responsible for creating the application. Initial fix, as I've said, was pretty soon, pretty quick. And not sure if it's a coincidence or not, but after we've sent them the information about the bugs, I've started to just watch their careers page. And not long after, there was a listing for a pen tester. So what is it that you can learn from this lecture? Well, it depends on who you are, where you're from. So let's start from the obvious. Well, if you're just an average Joe using the digital ID, always use the strongest possible verification method that the system you have provides. So if somehow your system provides a simple verification method of just visual verification, where all you have to do is just look at someone else's screen, that is not gonna fly because the bar for abuse for such an attack is so low that it cannot be trusted. What if you're creating digital ID? And there were some hands that there were some hands at the beginning of the talk that you're not all from Sweden. You have to prioritize security. So let's imagine just a physical paper money. The main function of the money is value exchange. But if that paper money doesn't have a security as its principle, then anyone with a printer can basically abuse the value storage and value exchange function of the money. Also, test your solution, and as I've said, the visual verification is not sufficient enough for achieving proper security. And also train others how to verify the data. And what if you're integrating into existing digital ID? So let's say you're a bank that is required by law to respect the ID that has been created. Also, use only the strongest verification method, test this, and also train your staff, so no red team assessment where you go with a fake application passes and you can go inside the office. Also, assess the risk and consequences of using such systems. So let's say you're a bank, you integrate some external digital ID solution into your system, then you have to cover all the bases of what can go wrong if there is a issue in the system, in the digital ID system that you have to integrate. Cover those bases, see how it will affect your business. So that is all for me. Thank you for listening. If there are any questions, then go ahead.
Thank you very much. Really nice talk. So how many of us in here, Swedes, are going to poke at BankID now? A lot of us, right? So questions. There got to be questions now. Good. There is people everywhere. This is good. It happened. I told you.
You have some questions.
Hi. When you approach a bank and want to identify yourself with this solution, won't the bank then see the face of the real person and are supposed to check that with your face? So will that work unless you're if it's your brother or something?
Yep, that is true. If you verify someone, you will see the photo of the person you're trying to attack. But then again, you can ask yourselves, is it possible to be verified? Is photo gonna be verified? For my case, my photo in my original ID is when I was 15 years old, and it still is respected. No one will no one checks photo for authenticity unless you're trying to attack, let's say, a woman as a bearded man.
Next one.
Hi, thanks for the talk. Do you know if there's any plan to authenticate the verifiers?
So there is. In the issue that I've shown you about the QR codes that you can change the creator's name, the final fix that the government introduced is to just strip that field entirely. So if you scan the QR code right now, it just shows you a generic text like you're about to share data with some unknown user. But they have introduced a special way of verification for, let's say, the government system. So I can use that application to, let's say, log into the government tax authority with the QR code, and that QR code has a special value that shows within the application that I'm sharing with legit organization. But other than that, for like authenticate a average Joe, no.
Thanks.
Over there, you're making me work for it, eh? Good. I'm not going to run, but I'm walking in a fast pace. Oh no, how do you even get there? I find you on the way. You could yell, yeah. Do it, man. No, I'm just kidding.
Hi, great talk. I was wondering about the period before you notify the governments and the other organizations. Since this was not enforced by banks before the 1st of October 2023, but you said also something about people were guaranteed that they could identify themselves with this. So this had been in use for some time, I suppose, for like a year maybe?
It was rolled out. It is basically, the application is in its 2.0 version. Like 3 years ago, there was an initial version that was created. And I think it just wasn't in line with the EU regulations, so they created another one that was basically in the period that was before the banks could use it was like a transition period from the version 1 to the version 2, but the code base was for the second version.
Okay, so then the question is, do you know if there have, like, if people have analyzed previous impersonification, whatever the word is, attacks and seen, okay, these attacks were probably made with the ways that you have listed now. So has this been known by attackers before you found?
Not that I know of. I don't think there's a described, some press described attack, but there has been a tool just in the dark web. You could basically buy a tool that basically achieved the same goal as the mHacker tool that I have shown and created. So I think it was there were instances of it being used, but it wasn't documented and on a large scale.
Anyone else? Last one. Yep.
Hi, nice talk. It's kind of related to the last question, but maybe you didn't really answer it. Do you know if there is like can the government track these kind of abuses somehow in their way? Like, if you manage to break it as you did now, but maybe in the future, do you know if they have ways to see it, or is it on their part, just like an opaque?
Not sure about their detection mechanisms because I don't work for the government, but maybe they have some logs that try to catch up potentially some mismatch in data, but I'm not sure and cannot say for certainty.
Okay, thank you very much, Simon.
Thank you.
Yep, and next talk will be in 15 minutes roughly, so you can have stretch your legs and get back.
I know that was a bit of a shorter break, but after this talk, we have a slightly longer one with more coffee and refreshments and stuff before the final talk. But now, I think we should get to it. So please join me in introducing Stephan Berger.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for joining my talk. I'm sure most of you are exhausted after 2 days conference, also for last night's party, me included. So thanks again. I love incident response. I love being a blue teamer. So I know the red side is more sexy than the blue side, but I will try to walk you through my experience. So since a decade, I'm helping companies which are affected by a breach, which need forensic analysis support, just to get them back started. In that 45-ish minutes, I showcase you some of my experience. Of course, it's not enough to get a whole, we could fill probably weeks with all that talks, and we also had a good conversation over lunch about incident response stories we could share with you. But in a nutshell, that's it. So the content for today's talk is, how do I even start an incident response case? Where do I start? If I'm tasked to analyze and examine a network consisting of 10,000 plus endpoints, you have to start somewhere. Work smarter, not harder. There are tools and shortcuts we can take as defenders. After all, and at the end of the day, streamline the process. Don't reinvent the wheel. Use tools and processes and common knowledge, which will make your life so much easier. New, in quotes, artifacts, which I personally use all day, or quite frequently, and it gives us so much advantage for against the attackers. Last but not least, track the attacker, and of course, what else? About me, so here's a quick fact about me. I'm doing incident response my whole professional life, over 12 years in various roles, various Swiss companies. Right now I'm head of investigation, so I'm managing the incident response team for the Swiss-based company Infogard. That's not a joke, my nickname is Malmö, so like the Swedish town, everybody calls me Malmö, but not my parents. They refuse to call it me Malmö since years. The proposal I submitted to Security Fest was how to become an incident response rockstar. Focusing on the most relevant forensic data can rapidly speed up the investigation process. And how's that? So when a new employee or somebody wants to join our incident response team, one of the first questions I ask them during the investigation, during the interview process is, given the scenario that the customer calls you and they said we have 10,000 plus endpoints, where do you start with the investigation? We can roll out forensic agents, we can roll out EDRs, you have access to every event log on the compromised network. Where do you start? In most times, it's just silence, because they are overwhelmed. Because when you are doing SANS courses and trainings, we have little or small networks, maybe one server, maybe 2 or 3 compromised servers. Where do we start? My personal opinion is what we or you should strive for is visibility. So I heard a couple of stories from different companies when a customer calls them and said, we had an active attacker in our network is breached. They solely examine one server or server with traces. I can tell you, in my experience, that's not enough. How do you tell if a server really touched only that network or that network segment you are analyzing right now? I heard about companies which are just using CAPE for single host forensics, and they, by the end of the day, maybe they managed to analyze 15 to 20 hosts. But personally, how do you cope with bigger networks? Do you think it's a really good idea only to focus on a small subset of a potentially fully compromised network? I personally, my advice to you is roll as much agents out as you can on every computer and on every server. I had so many phone calls with customers and said, could you help us rolling out the forensic agents? And I said, at this point in time, it's not my responsibility. You have to do it. And sometimes I refuse to start the engagement until the agents are fully rolled out. Otherwise, we are doing the work over and over again, maybe 2, maybe 3 times. But then again, if we as company or incident responder not fully investigate the breach and the whole network, I can guarantee you that the attackers will come back. And whose fault will it be by the end of the day? Of course, mine, because I was the lead incident responder in that case. It's simple. How do you find a needle in a haystack? It's easy, just bring a magnet. One of the first things I do when starting an investigation is I look at the antivirus logs all the time. I can guarantee you in most of our investigations, 90% or more of the time, AV catched or saw some malicious activity of the attackers. It's easy as that. It's just because most companies don't really look at AV logs. They don't really care. What I heard so far was, we don't have time, we don't understand the event logs or the antivirus logs. This is a good example here. So in the upper left corner, you see real incident. That server was compromised with web shells. That was an Exchange server. The antivirus logs screamed more than 300 times, attacker, 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 attacker. Nobody was listening. So the evidence was really there. And that's one of so many examples I could tell you and show you how antivirus logs were neglected. Nobody was really paying attention to them. So one of the first things I personally do is open up the antivirus logs. I see staging folders, I see tools used by the attackers, I see compromised user accounts. So within half an hour, 50 minutes into the investigation, I have a good overview of the attackers. It's simple, yes, but nobody really does it, or have a look at it. That's funny because I tweeted that one here back in 22. If I had received the time for every time I mentioned Florian's cheat sheet, I wouldn't have to work anymore. So that's why I teamed up with Florian. And now I'm representing that slide here. No, seriously, it's so helpful. And maybe that slide here or that overview from Florian Roth is so underrated because I'm showing that all the time to customers. If you see something like Mimikatz, web shell, exploit, remote access tool, or Trojan, please call us. If you don't have the knowledge or the internal team which can really have a look at those alerts, you will be potentially ransomed on the next day, or they will steal your data. It's easy as that. It sounds simple. At the end of the day, it is as simple as just look at the logs. Next one, after the antivirus logs. Where's the next point or the next data pile I'm looking at? PowerShell logs. Again, here on the left side, that's from May this year. Average Twitter person, PowerShell is dead. I can guarantee you, PowerShell is not dead. We see it all the time in our cases. Again, if you are looking at the PowerShell logs, enable PowerShell script log login and search these logs for traces of attackers. You might strike gold there and you might find your attackers. It's so underrated, PowerShell logs. I'm preaching that stuff here since years. But all the time we are helping out customers which haven't enabled PowerShell script log logging globally. And all these scripts are not logged. So bad for us, or good for the attackers, bad for us as incident responders. Because this one here is also from a recent incident, not so recent, it's system BC, so a Trojan written in PowerShell. It was on a scheduled task within the run key. What we are seeing here is a new socket, TCP client with a redacted IP address, of course, and with a port number. And on the second red bracket, we see invoke expression. So that's the PowerShell term of running code. What the backdoor does, it reaches out to the internet, fetches code, and run those code on the host. It would be really easy when we are just ingesting and searching our PowerShell script logs for traces like this one, searching for IP addresses within the event logs, searching for IEX within the event logs. Again here, that's not wizardry, that's just simple, it's not magic. After antivirus logs and AV logs, the next thing I personally look at is newly created services within the network. The first one, If you watched the talk yesterday from AD misconfigurations, one of the tools used was Impacket. Impacket, one of the tools from the Impacket suite, is SMB exec. These tools, they leave traces within our network. So the first one here is a newly created service from WMI, which the attacker used to move laterally through the network or execute commands on the remote host. It's not attackers, they're not. Most of the time, attackers can apply under their radar. They leave traces, mostly plainly visible traces within the network. It's totally a different story when we are up against APTs and stuff, nation state, of course. In most cases, what we as Defender are up to are organized cybercrime. So they want to steal data, they want to encrypt our data and encrypt our networks, and not nation-state attackers. So they leave traces inside the network. The next one here should be also relatively clear. Run DLL, which runs a TXT file? Don't think so. Keep in mind, attackers love legitimate tools, so remote monitoring and management tools are highly abused by attackers. They blend in as legitimate remote monitoring tools. How would you spot them as a defender? Is AnyDesk a legitimate installation here, or was it set up by the attacker? Same goes for Splashtop. And also keep in mind, attackers love also to drop vulnerable drivers onto disk. That vulnerable driver gets installed as a new service and enable the attacker to run code within the kernel to unload the EDR driver, for example, or to just run code within system context. There are plainly several aspects we could focus on when kickstarting the investigation. Within these 3 steps, I guarantee you, you will find something when you are up to against an active attacker within your network. Maybe some of you thought I would start with auto-runs. Yeah, maybe that's a good guess, maybe not. Because what we are seeing here, also from a real incident, that's the non-sucking service manager. That's a legitimate tool used to restart and respawn services under Windows. When we are just looking at the auto-runs data, we see image path and SSCM.exe, nothing more. US defenders, we cannot tell what's behind that non-sucking service manager. So when you're just skimming through the auto-runs, you will not find evil, or you will not spot the backdoor. Because, legit, maybe. Auto-runs, I just analyzed it yesterday and made a screenshot yesterday. 4 out of, 70 antivirus vendors flag it as malicious. That's Rising, Dr. Web, and 2 others not that well-known vendors. So most of the AD vendors will say that's a legitimate tool. It's really then in the details you have to look, because I recreated that attack path or that service within my own machine, within my own lab. And you really have to go to the newly created service from the non-service sucking manager, or vice versa, and then you see the parameters. Well, so what we are seeing here is the configuration is, or the executable started by the service is ngrok. So also a tool for tunneling back to the network, which is a nifty backdoor. So keep that in mind when you're just looking at the auto-runs, you might miss something. So I personally, of course, we are using auto-runs as well, but then maybe in a later step of the investigation. Personally, I'm lazy. I'm telling my team all the time I'm lazy. If we can automate something or make it easier for me at least, I take it, please. One of the things we as a team are using to get those famous first hits is a tool called Hayabusa. That's an open source tool, maybe some of you heard it before. It's extremely powerful and capable of sifting through a ton of event logs and data and comparing those data, those event logs with Yara rules. So what you're seeing here is Hayabusa have over 3,000 plus Sigma alerts, and the output will be nicely separated and nicely columned about different techniques of the attackers. So we see critical alerts you have to look for. We see persistent mechanism. This Hayabusa tool is not like just a one-stop shop. You just run it through the network and the whole investigation is done. It might give you clues about the attackers. So incident response is all about time. Most of the time it's really critical, of course, when the network is encrypted anyways. Maybe we have some more time. In a good amount of our investigations, the attackers were active inside the network, meaning they could possibly encrypt the network anytime. So speed is really crucial and critical. You have to be working really fast. And such tools could give you a good head start against the attackers. It's all about finding the first needle in the haystack. Around those needles, or the first needle in the haystack, you can really build up the investigation because you know IOCs, indicators of compromise. That might be IP addresses, that might be user accounts which are compromised, that might be tools and staging folders where the attacker used to place its tool. The same goes for DetectRaptor, Velociraptor, an open source tool which is highly powerful and really recommended. If you don't know it, please have a look at it. It's open source, it's amazing. I'm not saying that you should use it in your investigations, but you could use it. We as InfoGuard, in most of our cases, we are using it as well. Because, for example, what we are seeing here is DetectRaptor. It's more or less a bit the same thing as the Hayabusa. DetectRaptor, once Velociraptor is rolled out on the whole network, is collecting or searching through event logs, through the master file table, through services, and looking for malicious keywords. Again, it's just about finding the first hit, finding as much information about the attacker as you can in as less time as there is. Because, for example, how would you possibly know all the RRM, also these remote monitoring solution tools there are out there? When I'm looking at autoruns, it could be overwhelming, to say the least, because I know colleagues and from other companies, when they looked at the autoruns output, they made mistakes because just saying 20 hours into the investigation, you get tired. 20 hours into the investigation, you may be a bit tired. So it's not really clear what you should focus on. What you are seeing here is all the tools, legitimate tools abused by attackers. And attackers love to plant these tools as legitimate backdoors. DetectRaptor, on the other hand, have a list of all these tools, about these legitimate tools, and it will pinpoint it out to us within no time. So we could use it as a first start into our investigation. Keep in mind, I'm not saying that you should rely only on these quick hits or quick wins. Once you check the autoruns, when you check the antivirus logs, once you check the services, once you run tools like Hayabusa and Velociraptor's DetectRaptor, you must do a deep dive into the affected hosts, be it with CAPE, being with other tools, but then again, we as incident responders or as defenders must gather as much information about the attackers as we can. It's not enough just to rely on tools. That's what makes us experts in our field. We must really pinpoint exactly what the attacker have done on that specific systems. It's really about just speeding up the investigation, like I said several times before, because here comes a good example of that. Once we identified such a tool, so such one of these RMM tools, we should look at the installation date of that folder. We should look if that tool installed by the attackers have logs. If you don't know the tool, check out the folders or read about the folders or read about the tool. What I'm doing if I have time, if the incident is not so critical, I download the tool I spin up a fresh VM and I install the tool with Sysmon enabled or whatever, EDR, and then you see the files written by the tools. Have a look at the files written by the tools and look what's written in it, because you might strike gold here, because we see the connection was not successful. In this case here, which means the customer has a proxy, which means we might find other traces from the attacker inside the proxy logs, which means also we don't have to really care about that backdoor here because the connection was not successful. So you see, if I would just say, okay, attacker installed tool, okay, move on. But when we are going deeper, we find more information about the attackers, which gives us, again, more indicators of compromise, which, again, gives us more confidence that the network will be safe by the end of the day. It could be tricky, though. What I'm saying is, pay attention to details. What we are seeing here is also from a real-life case. That was an attacker who installed an SSH agent, so a legitimate backdoor which connects back to the internet to a host. Again, in autoruns, maybe you just see SSH, no antivirus will flag it as malicious. How do we find such stuff? Yeah, maybe with event logs, maybe with installed tools or installed services, maybe with checking the proxy logs. It could be really complicated when you're tasked about, so your task will be examine a whole network. Where do you start? Maybe you have two colleagues which are helping you, maybe you are a single incident responder, but then again, time is critical. So we strive to automate as much as possible. What we are doing typically when a new customer calls us and we have to go full incident response or kickstart the incident response modus, we provide the customer with Velociraptor installation binaries. Once the Velociraptor agents are installed throughout the network, what we are doing is we are collecting 20-something artifacts, forensic artifacts. You see a snippet here, antivirus logs, we talked about that, and autoruns, we talked about that, PowerShell logs, security logs, etc., running processes, evidence of execution. Next, all the data collected by Velociraptor or by other forensic agents or EDR tools, we are feeding that data to a Splunk instance or use whatever CM instance you have in place. The good thing is here, once you've collected all that data, you can really sort the data or search again for malicious keywords. That's why it's so important to ingest these data, these PowerShell script logs. What you are seeing here is invoke expression, again, we talked about that. So invoke expression runs code within PowerShell. We see here download string, localhost address, and then invoke something. Anybody knows what that is? It's Cobalt Strike. So when you see that one here, that PowerShell artifact, without knowing more about the attackers, just looking at these logs, I know immediately Cobalt Strike was active or is still active on that host. Why? Because PowerShell import command loads for PowerShell script into beacon. This script stays in memory for the duration of the beacon session. What I'm trying to say here is you don't have to scan the whole memory in your first step of the incident response, because pinpointing the attacker or puzzling the pieces together from the attacker, you might find something which points to a different direction. So because we see here the PowerShell artifacts and this invoke expression with a localhost address followed by invoke nightmare or find local admin access, we know that a Cobalt Strike beacon is running on that server, on that host, which means we should extract the memory or just using Yara rules for hunting through the memory. Next one. We ingest also the security event logs, which is extremely powerful when you have all the security event logs in one place. Sort them by failed logins. What we are seeing here is we sort by failed by failed login, so 4625, compared to the successful login, 4624. And then you see immediately which host was used by the attackers for a password spray, which user account was maybe used for that action, and so on. The next one is also important and also interesting. This one here are the remote desktop protocol event logs. Funny thing is, a couple of attackers, they are deleting the event logs, the security event logs, but they don't keep in mind that when they are using RDP logs to a different event logs. So keep that in mind as defender, all is not lost when the attacker deletes the logs. We still have, or we still might have a chance to catch them otherwise. Look for external IP addresses within your event logs, the security event logs. I found so many traces of attackers just looking at external IP addresses within the event logs. If you have a CM and ingesting the security event logs, nevertheless, as today, do a regular expression hunt on these IP addresses. You might catch an attacker on an early stage here. Next one goes for suspicious locations, excuse me. That might be noisy, but attackers love staging folders. Most of the time they are abusing C users public, or they folder videos, or they folder like images or whatever. See Windows 10 is a good example. Once with that search here, with your EDR agent or with Velociraptor, that's so powerful. We are searching through the whole file system, and with a flag here below, calculate hash. We also get the hash, so the MD5 or SHA-265, so that we could potentially run also an automated virus total lookup here. Again, search for keywords. You see pictures, Sky-Network Advanced Port Scanner, pictures. That's so common, at least in our incident response cases. Attackers are noisy in the most of the time, or most of the cases. They don't really care about stealth. Why? Because we as defender, we are still neglecting our logs. I don't know if you are aware of ThreatFox from abuse.ch. So Roman Hüssi, a Swiss guy as well. He is providing a ton of open source data about current threats, about C2 IP addresses, about C2 botnets and whatnot. You could download this data free of charge. What we are doing is we take this data and enrich our Splunk instance with it. So here we see the network collection or the network connections we collected with our EDR agent or with Velociraptor, and we enrich these data, so we do a mapping. If a network connection, which is live in the customer's network, is connecting out to a well-known C2 address, what I have to do as an incident responder, I just filter the table. Is it malicious? So here, Cobalt Strike or malware IP, and I find evil in no time. That's so great. I'm personally a huge fan of enriched data as much as you can with open source tooling, with open source information. You don't have to work for this. You don't have to scan the internet for C2 channels. Somebody else have done it for you. Case solved? Yeah, well, not really, right? Like I said before, I personally use a lot of different artifacts, not new artifacts. That's why here in quotes. I love the bitmap cache. How many of you have heard of the bitmap cache? Please raise your hands. Oh, wow, okay, not that much. So essentially, when you're doing an investigation or the attacker are using remote desktop as the lateral movement protocol, they might leave traces. Remote desktop from time to time create piles, so it screenshots essentially the desktop the attacker is seeing. And what we are seeing here, that's from a real incident. You could, let me switch here. We could take that bitmap cache, and there are open source tools available for parsing that data. What you get with that data is exactly this one. It's a bit of data and work, so you have work to do to really check the data, check the piles of that data. But you might struck gold here, because that's also from a real incident. We found out that the attacker exfiltrated data to MegaNZ, to that well-known file sharing or exporting platform. What we saw and what we found in that bitmap cache was the credentials to the account of the attacker. That's awesome. And that's not the only thing we found, or we still find up today in our cases. You see user accounts maybe in the screenshot which the attacker used. You see passwords from the attackers. You see C2 address from the attackers in those screenshots. It's awesome. It's underrated. So if you haven't knew about it, use it in your next investigation. Next one, also one of my favorites. It's SRAM. So SRAM is System Resource Utility Monitoring. Task Manager keeps also track about the open programs, how much CPU they consumed, to which IP addresses they connected to, and how much data were sent out to. That's useful because we had a case once where we knew that data was exfiltrated by the attacker because we found traces of a tool called Steelbit. Back in the day then, that was a known tool by an attacker, by a ransomware affiliate. However, the customer had no VPN, had no firewall logs, so we were not aware how much data they stole. The only thing we knew was they've done something with the data. Looking at the SRAM data here, you see on the right-hand side the received and the sent bytes of this tool you are looking for, which prove in one way or another that data was exchanged with the platform. That's awesome. If you don't find traces of tools or executed by the attackers in these places we are looking for, shim cache, m cache, or whatever, you still might find traces within the SRAM artifact. It is super, super noisy though. One time, it's an inside joke from our team, one time I ran an SRAM collection throughout the fleet. So it was a big network and all the agents sending back gigabytes of data from the SRAM database. Our Splunk instance, our CM instance was flooded for days because Splunk couldn't cope up with the ingestion of the logs. Defender alerts. Like I said, I love AV logs. What you are seeing here is only a Defender alert, pinpointing suspicious remote copy. Oh, okay. Well, that's not really helpful, is it? It's just an alert. There is another log file by Microsoft Defender. It's called the MP log. It's Microsoft Protection Log. Inside the Microsoft Protection logs, you might find more details about the detection we saw here. We use that so many times in our investigation just to prove something or to get more information about an IV alert, like we're seeing here. So before, we just knew that WMI PRFSE.exe spawned something. And now we are seeing here it spawned CMD, and CMD in turn spawned PowerShell, which tries to download something. If you haven't knew about the MP log, you will find a good blog from CrowdStrike about the MP log. It's awesome, really. We found traces of web shells in that log. We found traces of data exfiltration. MP log sometimes also tracks renamed binaries. So at one point in time, I remember an investigation I've done where peeling, so the PuTTY executable, was renamed to ekern.exe. And this renaming was recorded by the MP log. So again, check all the artifacts you can get hold of. You might struck gold. Don't rely on the well-known artifacts. Use new artifacts to get more information. Same as shellbacks. So in Windows Explorer, when you are using the graphical explorer and you are moving the explorer to the left Windows side or right one, Windows keeps track of the location and the size of Explorer and records in which folder the user were at that moment in time. Again, we can use that information, the shellbacks, we can parse them in our investigations and find traces of the attackers. So here we see Mimi. Yeah, well, Mimi. Mimikatz, for example. Mimikatz, PC Hunter, Auto, RDP Pwn, also a tool. Without looking at further information, without looking at mcache or executed commands, we still can find traces of the attackers. The master file table is like a phone book of Windows, which keeps track about every file created on Windows, deleted by Windows, in which directory and not. I personally, when I talked about deep dive and doing forensic deep dive, I personally create every time a, how do you say, like a timetable around the incident from the master file table. Why? Because at this point in time, I should have collected a good amount of information about the attacker, about indicators of compromise, about tools he used, about IP addresses. And right now, I can create a timeline of the hosts which were touched by the attackers. And if I just sort by date or by time, I might find further tools and executables by the attackers in no time. Otherwise, how should I know which files were recently created by the attackers if I don't find traces in the executable or in the shim cache or cache, so the artifacts which keep tracks of the executed programs? So again, you still have so many options to track adversaries, to track attackers throughout the network. Last one is the journal. So if the master file table keeps track of all the files which are present or deleted inside Windows, the journal is more or less like, he keeps track, so the journal keeps track of all the files recently written on the file system. If you don't find a trace here in the master file table, that could be because the file is overwritten, so Windows marks the file as erased, and on the next iteration, it could be that a newly created file overwrites the entry in the master file table with that entry, so we don't find traces here. In the journal, there might be also still traces left by the attackers. And with a path regex or a file name regex, we could search for traces, for tools, and indicators of compromise we knew from our investigation before. Track the attacker, of course. At some point, the attacker must have entered our network, otherwise we won't do incident response. I think one of the really, really underrated things is as simple as it could get. Check for default file names, desktop, Windows. If your company is following a naming convention with DHCP logs and whatnot, you might identify a suspicious device or a suspicious host name in no time. I can tell you and I can guarantee you that so many times I saw Windows/desktop/. It's so common, even when the attackers are using VPN to enter the network, be it because they stole credentials or they just use a vulnerability to get an entry point in our network. It will stand out. The same is for the VPN logs. So many times we just filter for desktop or Windows within the VPN logs, or just filter for countries, again, enrich the data. What we are seeing in the VPN logs are just IP addresses, enrich these IP addresses with geolocation information. It's really easy as that. You don't have to be a wizard to do all these checks, but it's just, sometimes I think companies are not doing it because of, I don't know, lack of time maybe. It's really these simple checks, ingest all the VPN logs you have, ingest the DHCP logs, and check for anomalies within your network. Traces were not created out of thin air on the systems, of course not. So it's really elementary that you trace back the attacker throughout the network from point A to point B to point C, and then you will find the patient zero. Finding patient zero is so critical, otherwise they will come back. So in most of our cases, we were able to pinpoint really the whole attack path, like we see, or like we saw in the talk yesterday, for the people who attended, where our colleagues from Sweden really showcased a full attack circle from the attacker. To wrap up this presentation, what else? Incident response is a ton about doing really deep dive technical stuff. But on the other hand, it's also, you need a ton of, you must really talk a lot in this role with CEOs, with CFOs, with other techies, maybe with the marketing department or with lawyers and so on. So don't underestimate the soft skills you need to be a really good incident responder. The days are gone when you just could sit in front of your computer and just hacking along, at least what I know and see from, on my colleagues, so in different teams. Delegate tasks. That might be one of the most important things and slides here. It's not about being brilliant in doing forensic works. I saw brilliant colleagues which forgot or made errors because they were just overworked. They had too many emails from the customer where they just should give an answer which was really just important to give the client an answer. Or the phone was ringing all the time and they were just really stressed and they forgot about checking for persistence mechanism. We saw that, or we had that as well. And so keep that in mind. Resource management is a really big and huge topic. It's not you against the adversary, so please work in teams, delegate tasks, make sure you're sleeping enough, make sure you're drinking enough. And also after the incident, take your time to do something else, because I'm a manager of my team, of an incident response team, and I can guarantee you that as well. How many times had I conversation with my team colleagues because they were close to burnout, close to being just exhausted from that stressful work. So physical or mental health is really a thing also in our area of expertise. To wrap up here, the common mistakes: change passwords. Do not rely on the customer to change, or when the customer tell you, I changed the passwords, don't rely on it, because I saw it multiple times. The passwords were not changed, the attacker are coming back. Remediation: do not rely on the customer to disable, uninstall, remove backdoors and code. Do it for yourself, or at least check it. Backdoors, visibility is the key. Again, install agents on every computer, on every server in the network. People management: overworked, overloaded staff make mistakes. I can tell you that. So the conclusion: incident response, a combination of deep technical knowledge, project management skills, people management, and yeah, visibility is the key. Search for the first hit, do a deep dive, and make the network secure again. Questions, please.
Okay. Thank you so much. Do we have any questions in the crowd? We have a few, actually. Okay. Which is good. All right.
You get one.
Thank you for a killer presentation. One of the most important things while conducting incident response is documenting all the finds, taking notes. I found this, found that. How do you best go on about that?
Ongoing discussion, huge topic. We are using Aurora, so it's maybe if you have taken a science class, you know that Aurora, just for taking notes of incident response, of indicators of compromise, of affected hosts, compromised users. But we are working also on a Splunk investigation dashboard so that we can pinpoint findings within Splunk. But then again, everybody is working differently. I use also Obsidian, OneNote, just plain old nodes. I don't really have a good answer to that, I'm sorry. It's really a huge discussion also all the time in my team. It's tricky, yes. Yes.
Hey, thanks for the presentation. Do you come across attackers using COM objects a lot in incidents, and how do you go about investigating what the COM object can do without having to like reverse engineer it?
Not that often. We hardly see it. But then again, if you find traces, you must really conduct a deep dive investigation. And this investigation takes time. So I really start on a low level, picking the low-hanging fruits as much as I can, so I have more time for the really deep dive investigation later on.
Okay, do we have anyone else? Any more questions? One area here. Let's see, how do I get to you?
Thank you for your presentation. What if an attacker is living off the land? Do you have any IOCs that we can look for to differentiate the normal traffic from what he is using?
Yeah, for example, a well-known binary is PowerShell, right? So ingest all the PowerShell logs you can. But whatever, what is normal traffic versus what's not normal traffic? So for example, if an attacker is using PowerShell just to blend in, you might find something, invoke something, or download something, PowerShell download code from the internet. It's a tricky question. But then again, even if an attacker is using living off the land binaries, they might download like additional software for setting up persistence. They might create a new service, and with all those information, you might be able to catch them as well. So nobody, at least not in my cases, no, not an attacker were perfect up as today. They make mistakes, firstly, and in most cases, they want to persist. So they are still setting up backdoors. They're still setting up or running code to set up persistency.
Okay, looks like that's it for now. So thank you so much. And let's give him a warm hand.
Thank you.
All right, so I think we have coffee and cakes and stuff outside if you want to go outside, get some refreshments, and then be back for the final talk, which is one I don't think you should miss. Thank you. Then I think we should get to it. Mr. Emil Trägårdh, welcome.
Thank you. So hello guys, and thanks for staying. My name is Emil. I'm a Swedish hacker, or script kiddie, obviously. And today we're attempting a live hack, or kind of. And before we start, I'd like to know if there is anybody in the audience that owns an SE domain. So please raise your hand if you have an SE domain. Nice. Do I have your consent to hack it? Yes. Thank you very much. This will be much easier now. I have promised that this will be an kind of easy to follow. So we're doing a patch diff. And patch diffing can be done on binaries. It's not very easy to follow. It can also be done on open source software and open source patches, and that's what we're doing today. And then we're writing an exploit. And I will not tell what happens with the exploit. You will see. And I think before we start, we just get everybody up to speed. I will not make the mistake of just assuming that everybody knows what everything is, so I will try to explain. And we start with the 0 day, because...
Don't mind me. Carry on.
Yeah. Because to follow this, we have to understand what's a 0 day, what's a 1 day, and what's an end day. And I'll just show a timeline so we can point these things in. So this is a timeline. It goes from the beginning of time until end of time. And in between, we have 3 different releases of software. We have the major release, we have the minor release, and we have the patch. And the naming is not really important. Yeah, you have to tell me if you don't see the slides, right? The naming is really up to the developer, but we don't need them because in open source software, we have like a repository, so we know that when there is a new update, when there is new software available, or when there is a patch available, we can see it. Today, I'm the bad actor, and you guys, you are the regular guys running the software, right? Yeah. Please just you want my password?
I already know it.
I don't need presentation mode. Say no, don't enable. I think.
Is it on? Is it on?
No.
Happy dance?
Thank you. You were...
Made it worse?
Okay, thank you. I don't actually know anything about this, so you just...
So this is dead now? Raise your hand.
But I think if I stay still, maybe it doesn't flicker. Okay. We leave it like this.
Don't breathe.
Nice. Okay, so where were I? We have the patch, and we don't really need a naming convention like this. It's up to the developer. It doesn't matter. We can see in the repository there is a new version. When you see there is a new version, maybe you get a notice there is a new version, and you can choose to update. You can choose not to update. You can have auto-patch. Probably that's a staging environment. You don't auto-patch to live environment, right? So sometimes the bad actor, when we see I'm the bad actor today. I'm regularly a pretty nice guy, but today I am the bad actor. Remember, it's in character. I'm the nice guy. And what? Ah, okay. I stand really still, like this. No, not like that. Like this. When we, the bad guys, when we see there is a patch or an update to the software in the repository, we can scan it. We scan it. We can see in the changelog if it's security related or not. Sometimes we don't even have to scan the changelog. We get an email. Oh, I can't switch. Yes. Sometimes we just get an email And this is an email I got from this year with a recent security patch from a software that I'm running. And that email says this is a security patch, and we should update now. And the tell it is a critical security patch is kind of it's a mandatory security update, and that we should update immediately. But as bad actors, we don't really need the email. It's just a funny tell that it is a critical problem that we are patching. And this is the actual patch diffing I'm doing today, and writing the exploit for. And in the timeline, we are here. And before the patch was released, there was a vulnerability found, right? After that, the vulnerability is reported. They work on a patch. The patch is released. And somewhere in the future, you guys apply the patch, right? And the time between the vulnerability is found and the vulnerability is reported, that's the 0 day. If we are not the founder of the actual vulnerability, we will probably not be in the 0 day space, right? However, we can aim for the 1 day. As bad actors, we can aim for the 1 day by doing patch diffing, and that's what I'm doing today. So we have this one. Point in time, we cannot see. There's a red. Maybe I can do this. No. Maybe I can do this. Laser pointer. Here, there is one more red one. And that's the bad actor finds the 1 day. That's where we start. So let's put it a little bit bigger, maybe. Is it big enough? No, you don't see it. Let me end this one. Can do this. Now you see it. You want me to move it up a little bit? Maybe like this? Is it better? Okay, so I have a directory prepared here for this talk, and I will probably copy it because I'm doing this live. I can screw it up. I'll just do a copy of it. I don't have CA because it's called CP, right? Can't have it real that big. Yeah, now you see it. Okay, so I have the original software. That's the software you're using. And in the repository, we can see there was a patch. Also, we got the email. We didn't need that. I have some helpers if I get blackout. And also, I have the SC zone file. I got that from IIS by saying, I'm your backup DNS. Works like this. I did an AXFR request to IIS zone data and said, I am your backup DNS. Please give me the entire zone file. It contains about 8 million something records of DNS data. And I extracted only the domains. So I cut it from tab and space, just to give it only the unique domains in their own file, right? So I have about SC domain. I have about 1.4 million SC domains, and I think it's updated once per hour. So if you have SC domains that is newer than 1 hour, you're safe. But otherwise, you're in my list here. When we're doing a patch diff, the main strategy is to compare the original source with the patch to understand what was patched, so we can write an exploit that works specific for this software. And I have a tool for that called Patch Differ. I created it. It's on GitHub. It's not very sophisticated. I'll show you how it works. Basically, it takes 2 arguments. It takes the original software, and it takes the patch or the entire software in the patch state. And then it will tell you what's the difference. So we do it like this. That's the patch. We run it, and it will tell you we have a total of 15 modified files. So I don't have to go through all the source code with thousands and thousands of files to know what was patched. I can just take a look at what was changed. And this tool will give me a new directory on my file system called diff. And if I show what's inside that directory, I have two new directories. I have a mixed directory and I have a patch directory. In the mixed directory, I have those 15 modified files together with any newly created files. However, the modified files are not in the modified state. They are in the previous unpatched state. And I use that for searching. If I want to search the source code for potential problems, I do not want to search in the patch, right? I want to search the original. That's why I'm having this mixed directory. And then we have the patch directory, and that's basically a local Git repository created by the patch differ with 2 commits. Where do I have it? Patch, right. So if I do git log in this one, I'll see I have 2 commits. I have the original commit. That's the 15 files that was modified in the original state. And then I have the patch commit. That's the 15 modified file in the patched state together with any newly added files. And that's where we want to start our investigation. And we don't need to be genius to do this, actually. So these assets, that's client side. We don't really care about that right now because we're looking for a severe security issue and it's probably not present in the CSS, right? So we're going to delete that. We're going to delete the gitignore file, and we're going to delete the languages, and we're going to delete the style. Like this. It leaves us with a lot less to investigate. It will go a little bit faster. But if we start here, what happened in the patch and what is really nice and convenient with to have a local Git repository is that I can have them side by side like this, and I can see the changes. Can you see the changes? Yes. So on the left side is the unpatched state, and on the right side there's the patched state. And if it was removed, it is marked in red, and if it's added, it's marked in green. So I can see the first change is just the change of the name of the query filters. I don't really care about name change. I'm probably looking for some authentication errors. I don't touch it. You're doing something? Okay. Nice. Okay, so this is it large enough so you can see? Yeah. So on my right, I'll just play some royalty music while we wait. Okay, so at the right side, I can see where's the difference. Do you see my scroll bar at the top right? It's there. I can see there is a change. And if I'm really careful, you can see at the bottom right, behind the Mulvad boxes, there is another change. And I can scroll down to that. I know in between those, there are no changes. I can scroll down here, and I can see they indeed changed the name of the query filter. I can see they added a condition here, and I can see they added a parameter. But at first look, I don't really think this is what we're looking for, right? So by looking at the files as well, we can see there are 2 files here that we are really interested in, because AJAX and API changes means we can probably send the data to this, right? So when we're doing the patch diff, we are looking for interesting things, and when we find interesting things, we just take notes, and maybe we come back to them later. But what we have found so far in the admin file, we don't really care about. And we take a look at the AJAX file, and we see they have a change in the verify request function that is basically just another way of writing the same code. So they have a post ID, they are checking if this is empty, and there are 2 options here. And this is just a shorthand operator to do basically the same code, so I don't have to view it, I don't have to spend any time on this. I can just continue to scroll on to see if I can find some real changes. And here's the first bigger change, right? In the render element function. Now I'm very curious. So what I'm looking for is changes in authentication or something like that. And I can see here that if it's an AJAX call, they do the self-verify request. That was the other function we looked at. And I might want to take a look at that. If I had more time, I might just check what it does. Now you just have to trust me. We can't bypass the verify request function. It's not what we're looking for. If I scroll down, I can see changes in the REST API call as well. I can see in the unpatched state, as the attacker here, that's the state I'm assuming everybody is running because I'm really fast at patch diffing. Thank you. So I can set the loop element and element from the REST API. And what is very interesting is that they deleted this in the patch. There's nothing there. However, in the AJAX call, if it's not a REST API call, if it's an AJAX call, they still have the self-verify request function. So probably we're not looking for an issue with the AJAX call, but there might be some interesting things in the REST API call, right? So we don't have to be geniuses to see that they deleted this. We take notes about this is deleted. It was in the render element function, and we continue. We see they have the same shorthand operator change. And this is also a change we don't really care about. They check if it's set, and I think they just have this also a little bit shorthand. However, the function that did not have any verification stated in the comment above, did you see it? It states in the comment that permission checks is checked in the API render element permission function. And we see changes here. We are interested in see why did they change this. And the next file is called API, so probably we're going to see something in the API file that is tied to the API permission function, right? So there are still changes in the render element. However, this is just some defaulting. They handle default settings better in the patch. However, it's not security related. But we can see the function we're looking for is present right here. And they did change the function that they said is in charge of the security permission check. And what did they change it from? What did they change it to? Because we are very interested in this when doing a patch diff. And obviously, they change it to some code that is very easy to read. Capabilities check for if the current user has no access, it will yield an error. I can read that. Most people can probably understand that. However, in the unpatched state, we have a result of verified nonce. Nonce means number used once. And it's not really for permission or credential checking, right? Nonces are mainly used for cross-site request forgeries. And there is no really permission check tied to this nonce. However, it seems that that was the only check that was done, and the default policy in the unpatched state, also in the patched state, is true. So we can see that this render element permission check have two possible outcomes. They can return either false or true. And we're just going to give our best guess that true is the one we want, right? So if we can have this result to become true, we can bypass this if statement that returns the error, then the default policy is true. However, we can just render element. We cannot execute code, right? Do you see any elements that we might want to render to get remote code execution? I do. Let's take a look at it real quick. They removed the placeholder. We don't really care about that, right? They added the placeholder back in with a sanitation check. But if we do this patch diffing real fast, you do not implement the patch, right? This is a race condition. We need to do the patch diffing before you can patch. Do you guys know the median time to patch? Is it 1 hour? It's 60 days. 60 days or above is median time to patch. So I have pretty much time to do the patch diffing and write my exploit. And I can start attacking sites before a lot of you guys patch. And we don't really need to be very sophisticated hackers to pull this off. Actually, I think we have enough information to try this out. We have a render element function. We have a code element that can be rendered. Probably it will be executed if it's rendered, right? And we know that the only verification check that is done is the check of the nonce, numbers used once. This is also a fail because the numbers used once in this software is actually valid for 24 hours, so we can reuse the same nonce. But that's another story, and it doesn't really matter for us because we can grab it dynamically. So we could change it for every request. However, I think we don't need to take a deep dive into the source code to pull this off, because we can try it out. We have a pretty good idea of how to do this. I think an easier way to understand how this works is to just try out the actual software, because the software we're patch diffing is a page builder for websites. And if we just try it, sorry, take that away. If we just try it, we go to elements and search for code. We find the code element. We can just drag it in the builder. However, I've already done that. I have the code element here. You see it? Yes. And if I push it, I see that it is this one, and I have an echo statement running PHP code saying, hello, remote code execution. And I want to know how this works behind the scenes. I have a pretty good idea of what functions or what capabilities that I can bypass, but I want to see how it works. So if I just change this to something else, like add a 1, I will see when it renders. You see it updated on my screen, and it also sent a render element request. I don't need to dig into the source code to see how this works. I can just use the application. And if we start with the actual payload, that's what the original application is sending to the server. We can see that they are sending kind of what we expected. They're sending an action called render element. They are sending the element. That was what we found in the code, right? They are sending the nonce and the post ID. We can see in the response is a JSON object with data and HTML, and the HTML contains our rendered PHP. So this is what we're going for. But we don't need to understand how any of this works either. We can right-click, we can take copy as curl. And I think curl is not as nice to work with when writing exploit as Python, but we don't need to understand how any of that works either. We can just use the curl converter, we can paste it, we can choose whatever language we want to translate this to, and I choose Python. I scroll down, I choose copy to clipboard, I go back to my terminal, I go back out, and I start writing my exploit. And I just copy it, and I will try it out. You don't see? Oh, sorry. And it doesn't help if I make it bigger, right? Okay, so what I did, you saw the curl converter? Oh, you didn't? Okay. Okay, so this is the curl converter. It looks like this. You saw the copy? No? If If I go back here, you saw this? Yeah. So I went here. I said I don't have to understand how it works. I can copy as curl. Does it show? Yes. Copy as curl. And I go to curl converter. I paste it. Yeah, I just paste it. And this is what I get. Somebody really do not want me to show this. Okay, I scroll down, stay with me, copy to clipboard, go back to my terminal. I just created an exploit. Let's remove it. I'm not touching anything. It's not me. Okay, just wait. Do a little dance while I wait. I only have this one and that one. I think this one is more appropriate right now. Okay. Okay. So Vim exploit, that's the only thing I need, right? Now I'm in Vim, it's an empty file. It's gone again. You tell me when it's gone. See it? Yeah. It's just a shebang line. I can remember it. I paste the Python I got from the curl converter. I didn't write it. I close the file. Yeah, it's still there. So am I, yeah, I'm back. We need to print the result. That's the only thing we need to add here. So we print response.text, if I can spell. We try it out. You see, we can have code executed in our local installation with administrative privilege. So we don't have really much use of it right now, but we could copy the command and we could see that it works, right? So now we can modify it. Let's just copy the cookies. Are you with me? Yes. So the cookies is what makes me an administrator, right? So I delete those because I don't have that on the live environment. We don't need the headers as well. We just remove them. And we are left with JSON data. We don't really need all JSON data. We can remove this as well. We don't need to understand how it works. We can just delete the shit we don't need, like CSS. And we are left with a pretty small exploit script. We can set anything in here. We see they didn't check if it's a valid post or if any ID is valid. And to prove it, I'll do something like this. I'll change this ID to something like this, and this to something like this. And I change this one to 2. And I'll remove the, oops, not cancel, please. Something like that. Now it's unauthenticated, right? Will it work? You can't see? No, you didn't see. I removed, you saw this one? Yeah, okay, so this is the only thing I keep from the Python converter, the curl converter. It's back? It's every couple of seconds. Every couple of seconds, okay. But what I did was I removed the cookies that made me an administrator. I removed all the headers because I don't need to send them. And I removed some CSS and some styling that was sent with the request we don't need. And we are left with the smallest thing we need to send a request that will work with this patch, right? However, if we run it, I asked, do you think it works? Well, probably it doesn't, because otherwise I should not have asked, right? We have an error message that says that the cookie check is invalid. You remember that was the error message we looked in at the code. And why is that? Because we have a valid nonce. We just tried it out before removing the administration cookies, right? And the way this works is that the nonce is actually tied to the logged in administrative user. So if I do not send the administrative cookies, I cannot send the administrative nonce here, because it will no longer be valid. It's only valid when I'm administrator, so I have no use of it. So I have to delete it like this. However, you see, yeah, we don't need an administrative nonce, remember? So if I go here, from non-authenticated state, this is my incognito view. Oops. I can check here. And the nonce is present. However, it's not the same nonce. This is the logged out nonce. It does not check for credentials, right? Obviously. It's for cross-site request forgery. Remember? So if I copy this nonce from the logged out state, that nonce will be valid in the logged out state, and I have remote code execution unauthenticated on my local installation. However, it's pretty useless to attack my own local host, right? So I import system and regular expression. Pretty stable? Okay. The only thing I'm doing now is I'm making it more dynamic, so I can use it to attack other sites than my local host. So I'm basically just taking arguments from the standard input, from the arg value. So the first argument will be the host, the second argument will be PHP, and we will not put the nonce in manually, so I have to create a dynamic function to grab it from every site that we want to hack. SC sites, remember, you gave me permission to try this out. So let's do response. We know the nonce that is not logged in is present on the index page or any page running this software. So we can just do a Python a GET request with the help of Python. And then we can put the match in a regular expression, if I can spell it. Not like that, but like that. And I think we can get it with something like this. Did I do that right? Yeah, I think I did that pretty right. What I did was I'm getting the response from the index page, and then I'm putting whatever this matches in the match object here, and I'm doing a regular expression that says look for this, and then accept anything, non-greedy please, and as soon as you hit this, stop. And then I will have the nonce in the first group. The first group of regular expression is this, right, in between the parentheses. So if I did this right, I will have the nonce in the nonce variable. Let's update this. something like that. And let's try it out. So we have a working exploit script at our local host. Let's try it online. Ah, okay, sorry. Like that? Yeah, better. I think I spelled that right. So this should be a site that I own. We should not echo test, we should echo something more fun like the constant of database password, right? So this actually did work. From unauthenticated state, I could execute PHP to get the database password. That's pretty nice. But since we're script kiddies, right, we can reuse our payloads. So we can take this exploit that we have just written in Python without understanding how Python works. We just copy the curl command. We can just save it in the proper folder, and we can reuse a tool, another tool that I have written. See if I can find it on GitHub. So another tool that I have to offload some work is HackWP. And if we use that, we can say we have a target. So what this is, for this to work, I just have to put my exploit script. I basically just have to wrap it in a function called RCE to handle the remote code execution part of HackWP. I have to put it in a folder. The attack surface here is bricks. That's a folder on the file system, so I just put it there. And then I can reuse my payloads. So when we're doing patch diffing, it's a race condition, remember? We need to be fast. That's why we need to reuse payloads. So we're testing the remote code execution, it works. The test remote code execution is just echoing two texts, this one and this one. You see them, or are they behind me? Oh, you see them. However, I have another payload called admin user. If we run that on the target, it says, okay, you now have an admin user. So I don't have to spend any time on recreating the payloads, because time is important here. I can go to the target site. It looks like this. It's a regular site. We can try it out. What was the password? Was this one? And I have a working admin user from unauthenticated state. If I run it again, it will give me another admin user, AC something. If I update, I have another admin user, AC something. Okay, so let's turn this into something dangerous. Ha 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 ha. Please don't throw me off the stage. You see where this is going, right? Yes, I do. Where were I? HackWP. Okay, did I do this right? Cat and C domains, xorgs, -i%. What does that mean? Well, yeah, I made an error. No, I did not. It means, do you see this? Do I have to? Yeah, I'll do like this. Yeah. So I have the entire zone data from SC domains, remember? I extracted the domains There's just above 1.4 million domains in the list. If I cut them and pipe them to xargs, what will happen? You understand this. Xargs will take every domain in the list, because there are on separate lines, right? And it will run this command that I have just showed you. However, I told -i%. That means whatever was in the first argument, I cut the SE domains, right? So the domain is put where I put the %. That's why I have a % here as well. Can do it maybe like this, it's easier to read. So I put the % at target, and then I just put in my exploit and I reuse my payload, and I hit enter, and I will send one request for each site in the entire SC domain spectrum. And do it, he says, yeah, I have a VPN, it's safe. It's safe. Yeah, so this will run once for every SC domain there is. There is, I think there is like 600 million COM domains, and yeah, so you can basically do this for any top-level domain, and not every top-level domain will just accept that, like I did. I said, hello, I am your backup service, please give me everything. But most of them will accept, hi, I'm into statistics. Please give me the zone file. They will give it to you. I tried it, they will. And this, yeah, we send this to 1.4 million sites. And according to built width, it's only just below 50,000 sites that is running this particular software as of today. So by 1.4 million sent request, I will only be admin on 50,000 sites. But, no, yeah. But that doesn't matter, because this is a large-scale attack. I'm not targeting you or you or you. I might be targeting you tomorrow. But this is not a targeted attack. It's a large-scale attack, so I don't care. I care about the success rate. I got 50,000 new servers that I can turn to Bitcoin miners. Yeah, that's how it works. So let's go. You see, yes, can I do this without breaking anything? It's working, yeah. So Python, we have done hack WP. Do you guys have firewalls? No? Do you guys have firewalls that protects against this? Do you have firewalls that protect against some developer that did authentication based on a cross-site request forgery nonce? Developers should be free. Yeah, it's open source, right? They can do whatever they want. But in web there is like two big areas in firewalls. There's like we have general purpose rule firewall, and we have like specific rule firewall called something like for example virtual patches. It means you write a specific rule for the specific issue, and that, of course, will protect against something like this, but however, the general rule firewall will have really difficult with protecting against an error like this that the developer did. And if we are doing patch diffing, it's kind of like 100% the developer's fault, right? It's not like a configuration or infrastructure problem. It's a problem with the software. It's a problem with the application we're running. Patch diffing can be done on open source like I did today. It can be done with binaries. It can be done with basically any software. It's just harder to follow. However, when we have general rule firewall, it's really hard to protect against this. And when we have virtual patch firewall, can you see my laser pointer? Yes. From what point in time do they protect? Here's the patch is released, and that's pretty much somewhere here, after the patch is released, that they can create a specific firewall rule to target this specific error, right? So there's a race condition. And if I can do this right, we have two new, way too small streck, in Swedish, streck, here. So if we can be the bad actor and we can find the one day before you apply the patch or before your virtual patch firewall can create a virtual patch, we win the race. And we really only have to win one race. You have to win this race every time. Every time there is a new patch out, it might not be unauthenticated remote code execution, but when there is, you need to win the race. If I win the race one time, your server is now a Bitcoin miner. That's why we should talk about disaster recovery. How's the time? My counter is reset here. Okay. So I will not put very much time into disaster recovery. I will just send you with a message that the security here might be based on luck, actually. If you have a domain that is alphabetically way back in the SC domain list, you might actually be safe. But it's based on luck. If you want to protect against this, your zero-day mitigation might be that we do as Dan said, we do not expose this to internet. We take it offline. Yeah, that will work. But it's hard with a website. If you want it online, you have to have it online pretty much. And we should have a plan at least for disaster recovery. And if you have one, try it out. Because sometimes if we have remote code execution, we might be able to destroy some of your disaster recovery plans. So try it out. And I had we don't have time really, I think, for a bonus hack. However, I will just raise a question for you. If we have the patch differ tool that I've just showed you, can we take the text that was outputted as the difference in the patch and put it in a publicly available AI that can understand text? Do you think it can write the exploit for us without us understanding anything? Coin toss. Yeah. So security based on luck. Yeah. There will be a lot of script kiddies tomorrow because this shit is getting better. Like the AI is getting better. Maybe it will tell you, I can do it, but I will not do it because it's dangerous. Yeah. You might have to phrase the question in another way to get it to write this for you. But my point is, I'm having the Script Kiddie shirt today, that I think there will be a lot of Script Kiddies tomorrow, and as AI gets better, this kind of attack will definitely increase as well. I think that was all I got. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you, Emil, and super sorry for the technical hiccups. We don't know what we're doing. But Peter came to the rescue and fixed it. And for all of you who are frustrated about the flickerness and didn't have a seizure during this episode, the stream worked perfectly the entire time, so everything will be visible there. And you did great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we're running a little bit behind, so find Emil and ask all the questions. Don't leave yet, because we're going to do some wrap-up things here. So I guess we start with all of us in Security Fest, the crew. Can you come up here now? Run! All of us. Nice. Woohoo! Yay! We made it!
So, is everyone here? Everyone in the crew that's still around?
Yeah. So, yeah, and Sebastian, thank you so much for running around and resetting all the video stuff. Thank you.
Can we get Abhinav and Lars as well?
Yeah, you're a part of the family now.
You guys are part of the crew, come on.
Yeah. Even though it's just me and Johan on stage all the time, this is actually the true heroes of Security Fest. They make everything happen for us, and super happy that we, do this together.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and the goons, yeah, they did do a hell of a lot of work, and some of them already left, unfortunately, which is sad. But they do a really good job for us. And if you want to become a goon next year, please just, ping us, and we will make that happen, because we always need an extra set of hands. And if you want to do villages and whatnot, same thing.
Yeah, just let us know. Yeah, just reach out over email or anything. We're very open to ideas like that.
Yeah.
And I would like to just thank all of our fantastic sponsors as well that made this all happen. Most importantly, Mulvad, of course, our premium sponsor, but all of you are equally important. And maybe most important of all, I would like to thank all of you guys for taking the time to come here and do this with us. It's been great. Thank you. And we have a little bit of business to get to as well, just before we finally wrap this up. So as you all know, we've been running a CTF during this event. I'm sure some of you have played it. I hope the CTF guys are in here somewhere, over there. So we have a winner, and the winner will receive either a gift voucher for 10,000 Swedish kronor or a donation of the same amount to a charity of your choice. And the winner is Shagu Chalmers CTF Group. Are you here? Can you come up on stage? Give them a big hand. They were awesome. They won by a lot of points.
Yeah, a lot of points.
A lot. It's amazing work. I hope you've been able to catch some of the talks as well, but I know you've been working really hard. And I hope you enjoyed it. We'll get in touch with you soon about what you want to do with the money. But thanks again for playing, and I hope you see you again next year. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. That's it. Thanks. Security Fest 2024 is over. And lastly, I just want to thank all the speakers one more time. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so the cloakroom is closing soon, so please do get your bags and stuff. And we hope to see you again next year. Thank you.
Thank you. We made it. Bra kört. Hej då. Ja, hej då. Ja, men nice. Det blir bra.